To the Music Creatives Workshop, proudly brought to you by Rhythm'n'C Lifestyle, led by Miss Zoe. She J. Zoe, the queen. Everybody loves her, and she has decided that over the next couple of years, she will be putting back what she has learned over the years. That is why she came up with the vision of the Creative Music Workshop. It is a situation that is really necessary, particularly for our province, where we have a lot of talent, and we've always been providing talent to the nation and to the world. If you think about it, we led, at some point as a province, we led the entire nation with the likes of Ubabu Hugh Masigela, Lucky Dube, Mamripe Kamalupi, Istimela. Do you understand where I'm going? And at some point, something went missing. And this is what Zoe is bringing back, because the talent still exists, the talent still lives, but we need the know-how that might have been lost on the road. So, the Music Creatives Workshop is supported by the following organizations. One, the Culture, Sports and Recreation of Mpumalanga, the provincial department. Mpumalanga News is also part of this. The City of Mbombela is supporting the Music Creatives Workshop. The South African National Parks, SANParks, is also part of the Music Creatives Workshop. We've got the NYDA, who started when it started in the inception of the Music Creatives Workshop, and we say thank you to them as well. Silulu Manzi is also part of the Music Creatives Workshop. We say thank you to them as well. And very excited to tell you that Vodacom, of whom I am an ambassador for, is also part of the Music Creatives Workshop, and not just being part, but we've got giveaways for you. Somebody will be walking away later on today with some awesome prizes. We've got a couple of prizes. The first prize is a Samsung Galaxy Tab 10 plus 10 gigs of Vodacom data, and that 10 gigs is for 6 months, by the way. That's how Vodacom rolls. Second prize is 5 gigs of data for 6 months as well. The third prize is 3 gigs of data for 3 months. So we'll tell you later what you need to do in order to be able to participate and stand a chance to win these awesome prizes from Vodacom. But right now, as we begin the program, I would like us to start with our national anthem. And we take it away to Tulani out at the Mbombela Stadium. We're at Nothing House, an awesome lodge and conference area in the city of Mbombela. And if you are looking for one such place, you need to be coming to Nothing House. Take it away, Tulani, at the Mbombela Stadium.
Ngosi sigeleli Afrika, maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Ngosi sigelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufedise dintwali matshwenyeho, usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Edi blow fanon sein, edi deep de fanon sie, oron sie vergebergtes, var die kranse aan voorgeer. Sound the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
So what you will notice is that because we are living in the new normal, we have to exercise the power of technology. You'll realize that some of our guests are not at Nothing House, they're at different spaces across the country, actually. So some of our creatives, the artists that are going to be performing today, just like Tulani just shared the national anthem, he's out at the Mbombela Stadium. We are at Nothing House, and thank you so much for joining us. Let us also begin by apologizing for starting a little bit late. Uyazi izinto zenzeka, but what we do, mushito uthola phila. One thing I did promise you is that we've got awesome Vodacom giveaways. And that is the first prize, a Samsung Galaxy Tab 10. Not just that for the first prize, we add 10 gigs of data for the next 6 months. Secondly, we're giving away 6 months of 5 gigabytes of Vodacom data. And the third prize is 3 months of 3 gigabytes of data. That means every month you'll be getting a load of those Vodacom datas. So you want to participate, you want to be able to stand a chance to win this data, this tab, well, all you gotta do is do the following. You need to follow the Music Creatives Workshop on Facebook. That is their Music Creatives Workshop on Facebook. After following, you need to like and comment on this stream. Like and comment on this stream. Thirdly, you also need to share the stream. Make it a watch party, share it to your own page. You need to share. Do all these things. So follow, like and comment, and share. And somebody, 3 people, by end of business today, would have won themselves. We will announce who the winners are that win themselves these Vodacom giveaways. And thank you so much to Vodacom for really rocking with us right here at the Music Creatives Workshop. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by inviting Ubaba Councillor Philip Nkoma from Ward 12 in the city of Mbombela to give us a welcoming speech, because eMpumalanga singabantu abahloniphayo and we follow protocol and procedure. Babu Councillor Philip Nkoma, please take it away, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm Philip Nkoma from the Mbombela municipality at Ward 14, Ward 12, sorry. I would like to have a word with you on this big day today, the sports, culture, and creation. I would like to greet the HOD on this and the Honorable Sumban. What I have to say, it's very, very short. I would like to talk about music a little bit. We are saying music goes hand in hand with poetry. Mpumalanga is a source of everything. Everything starts in Mpumalanga. We are happy to have this moment. I always say to people, it's better to associate yourself with men and women of good quality. And I will also say, as a leader in the chamber, we believe that a leader will always say, I would like, what must I do for my people, or not what my people would do for me. A leader will always say, let me take my people with me wherever I go. I say, what can I do for my people in the neighborhood? What can we do to be creative, to do things the way other people are doing? If we have to copy, you copy the right things. And if you have to do something, people will appreciate and they will remember. A legacy is also made by people like us in Mpumalanga. And I would like to say, with this opportunity that I got this morning, it was just a privilege that I got this message late in the evening yesterday. I was for me coming here. If I had an ample time, I would be giving you a better a speech like this one, not like this one. But I appreciate that I've got two things that I will always say in my life. I'll say, why are people progressing? How best can we do our things differently from other people? As we look at the world, people are doing things creatively, and most of us here in the Lowveld would always say, if I was in Gauteng, I'll be doing this and that and that. But most of the people that I know come from Mpumalanga. They start here, go up to Gauteng, and they shine there. We can also do it here. We can shine in Mpumalanga, in the Lowveld, and our people could get better life. Mpumalanga is for us. It will be for us in the years to come, and we should be proud about whoever is in the area. In our neighborhood, we would like our people, our young people, to participate in music, in poetry, to be known. If you cannot sing, you can just say your poetry. People might know who you are and what you like. With these few words, I would say, if I would have to improve life in the Lowveld, I would be saying, how best can I improve life of our people in our neighborhood? I thank you.
A big thank you to Ubaba Philip Nkoma for a beautiful speech. We are encouraged by Rasbonga Kulu. And we want to take it away to Mbombela Stadium again, where our creatives, of whom we are here about, are at. They're performing. We've got a lineup of awesome performances for you. So stay tuned to get to see the cream of the crop of the Mpumalanga talent. We are at the Music Creatives Workshop right now, live from Notting House, but we're taking it away to Mbombela Stadium to the Mighty Voices. Thank you. Take it away.
Shubarubat, 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 shubarubat. Yamama kensani, ngafika kuwe ngacha samso wakumuzi, yini ngacha usakumuli. Yamama kensani, ngafika kuwe ngacha samso wakumuzi, yini ngacha usakumuli. Bekwikiniso loko, kuisiso skama wam, koto nam kismisele, ukwakumuzi now. Bekwikiniso loko, kuisiso skama wam, koto nam kismisele, ukwakumuzi now. I love you, stand up, senhlisiyo yam. I love you, stand up. I love you, stand up, senhlisiyo yam. I love you, stand up.
Webaba kensani, wafika kimi, watia zambe so akumuzi, nangavu mabezi. Webaba kensani, wafika kimi, watia zambe so akumuzi, nangavu mabezi.
Loko, kuisiso skama wam, kota nam kismisele, ukwakumuzi now. Bekwikiniso loko, kuisiso skama wam, kota nam kismisele, ukwakumuzi now. I love you, stand up, senhlisiyo yam. I love you, stand up. I love you, stand up, senhlisiyo yam. I love you, stand up. I love you, stand up, senhlisiyo yam. I love you, stand up. wami angeke ngikuphoxe emphakathini. I love you, I love you, I love you, my baby. I love you, I love you, I love you, my baby. I love you, I love you, I love you, my baby. I love you, I love you, I love you, my baby. I love you.
Welcome back from Bombela Stadium to Nutting House to the Music Creatives Workshop for doing things online, virtually streaming live via the Music Creatives Workshop Facebook page. Do remember to like, comment, share this stream to be able to stand a chance to win those Vodacom awesome prizes. It is time for me to introduce to you our speaker who will outline the purpose of the Music Creatives Workshop. Why is it that we are here today? I present to you Miss Zodwa Matsebula, fondly known as DJ or Shijay Zoe. She's a Mpumalanga-based Swazi African woman who has always had love and appreciation for music. She started playing in 2004, Amadex, by enrolling at For Real Records DJ School in the city of Tshwane. That is in 2005, where she studied beat matching, phase mixing, and she is a voiceover artist, events manager, trainer, and skills development in the music value chain. DJ Zoe, or Shijay Zoe, is a founder and managing director of Rhythmancy Lifestyle and Entertainment, a company registered in 2016, which is in the business of grooming young and aspirational DJs and musicians through the Music Creatives Workshop, which she has been hosting since 2017. DJ Zoe has been in the music industry for more than 15 years, and through this platform, she has been empowering and developing and nurturing the youth of Mpumalanga province in the music value chain. She is a mentor for the NYDA, that is the National Youth Development Agency, and is in partnership with DCSR, that is the Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation. Shijay Zoe is a recognized female house DJ on the rise to the global recognition stage, as she has played in places such as New York, in the USA in 2019, and continues to play within South Africa and surrounding countries, such as Mozambique, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as Tanzania. In 2018, she released her single, Rhythm in You, produced under Kanyani Entertainment, having come a long way since her days as a resident DJ on SABC One's dance talent show, Chiga Machiga. Succeeding DJ Zinhle in 2010, she continues to make beautiful house music and waves as she performs across a variety of national radio stations, including Metro FM, 5FM, YFM, Ukhozi, Rise FM, and others. She has performed at signature events such as the Vodacom Durban July in South Africa, Bushfire in the Kingdom of Eswatini, Pamoja Festival in Zanzibar in Tanzania. She has shared the stage with global and local DJs across the board. Her passion, though, is within the development of the arts. That is why she founded the Music Creatives Workshop. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the CEO of Rhythmancy, Ms. Zodwa Matsebula, fondly known as Shijay or DJ Zoe. I give it to you, ma'am.
The Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation, the NYDA, Mbombela Youth Office, Sun Parks, Vodacom, my colleagues and management of Redundancy Lifestyle and Entertainment, the industry captains and experts, prospective industry players, which is the youth, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is with great pleasure and privilege to stand before you, ladies and gentlemen. May I first take this opportunity to thank all of you for showing interest and support to this important event. This goes to demonstrate your trust and confidence in what we do as an industry stakeholder. It is quite encouraging that you have taken some time off your busy schedules to be a part of this event. I really am grateful, ladies and gents. At this point, I want to share my journey to where we are today. I have spent 14 years and still counting in the arts industry, and it has not been an easy walk. In most instances, this industry demanded more from me, more commitment. At times, I felt like there was no hope towards attaining my goals, but with the support of the industry, players, stakeholders, and music lovers, I managed to push on to be where I am today. These experiences gave me a lot of lessons to survive both as a professional and in my personal life. It has not been easy, but with the lessons that I have learned, I have managed to be where I am now. Experience has taught me that in most instances, whatever one is trying to achieve, someone has walked the same route and picked up his or her own lessons of life. It is important to learn from other people, understand their experiences, and make your life easy by learning from people who have experience in the sector, as opposed to reinventing the same wheel and committing a whole lot of mistakes in the process. I have had 14 years experience in this industry, and I'm still learning till this day. I am encouraged and committed to share my experience and learnings in the wealth of knowledge, wisdom, and experience. Ladies and gents, I really would not want to bore you with a long speech, but borrowing from the words of Winston Churchill when he said, "A good speech should be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject and short enough to leave the rest to imagination." So with that said, I will try my level best to keep it at that. The reason we are here today is quite simple: to empower and encourage the youth to use their talent or craft to change their lifestyles, ultimately creating a better world for themselves and our nation. I am sure we can all agree that the youth is the heartbeat of every nation, the anchor on which nations stand, and the future with which every nation is hopeful, and the Mpumalanga province youth is not an exception to this life principle. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is aimed at empowering the young person to believe in themselves. What is more exciting here today is that this year's workshop has instant reward and recognition, as it presents an opportunity to 3 participants here today to stand a chance of winning very exciting prizes offered by our sponsor, Vodacom. Without much further ado, let me take this opportunity to thank everyone here today. My utmost gratitude to our sponsors, Mbombela Youth Office, Vodacom, Silulu Manzi. This event would not have been possible without your contribution. The Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation for believing in our dream and ultimately aligning their efforts towards the same goal as us. The NYDA to having worked with us for 3 years. Thank you, and may the Lord bless you. Lastly, I would like to encourage the participants present here today to take advantage of this opportunity presented to you. Participate fully and effectively. Exploit the opportunities presented here. Ask as much as possible and gain more knowledge. What I can tell you that it's going to be an exciting day for all of you, and make sure that you maximize on that. From me to you, it is best wishes. Thank you.
Coming to you live from the Music Creatives Workshop at Nutting House in the city of Mbombela. We are live on Facebook on the Rhythm and C Music Creatives Workshop page. If you go there, you comment, you like, you share, you stand a chance to win some data, some tablet from Vodacom. 3 people will walk away with that right here today. So please, as our speakers are speaking and you are encouraged, commenter, emoji, fire, everything. We're going to move to the messages of support from some of our stakeholders. I'm inviting Miss Jay Shongwe of the NYDA, as well as Mr. S. Sumbane of the city of Mbombela, and including Mr. Nhlanhla Themba of SANParks to give us some messages of support. Here they are.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge stakeholders who are within our midst, particularly the Department of Culture Sport as the custodian of this program which we are having today. And since 2017, when DJ Zoe came to our offices and said that she has a program, the Music Creatives Workshop, the NYDA acknowledged and welcomed the program with open hands because we were so happy. We knew that some of our young people were not happy about us not servicing them well in terms of the music industry. So we said, no, we love the idea, we're going to support it, and we're going to lobby also for stakeholders to be part of the program. Key to NYDA is that we need to create an enabling environment for our young people to be able to be part of the mainstream of the economy. And number 2 is that we need to lobby and advocate for them so that they are able to access opportunities, whether business or otherwise. We need to ensure that we are that voice of reason to ensure that they have access. So we loved the idea. And then we said to DJ Zoe, let us go on, let us move forward. And then we implemented the idea the first year in 2017, 2018. Now 2019, I'm fast forwarding to where we are currently. We've got winners because as part of the program, young people are given mentorship, young people are given an opportunity to business consultancy services, young people are even trained on entrepreneurship program, as well as they've got access to industry specialists who are going to advise them and they are able to interact. The only difference this year is that we are unable to be like physically together, but we are virtually together because they'll be logging on to Facebook and be able to interact with our specialists. So let me take this opportunity to also thank our specialists who are here because they are going to share valuable information in terms of the industry, in terms of ensuring that currently we were having this pandemic, but others were able to survive. So that means it's calling for innovative ways of doing business, even for our young people. 2, we are going to look into the journey of the mentorship, how far they've come, these young people, as being part of the program, and also the importance of collaborations. Our experts are going to touch on to that, as well as the compliance, because we have seen that during the lockdown, we had challenges when young people had to access the COVID relief fund. They were unable because they didn't have the relevant documentation that they needed to submit. So this is a platform where young people can utilize and move into new heights. And let me thank the experts as well for being here and being able to assist our young people. As I'm closing, I want to quote one of our own liberation struggle icon, Ubaba O.R. Tambo, who said, "A nation that doesn't take care of its youth is doomed." So the NYDA, the Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation, SANParks, Vodacom, all stakeholders who are part of these music creatives, Red MNC, we are playing that part. We are harnessing our youth. We are sure that our youth are going to be our future. I know DJ Zoe's logo says, when you raise someone, you are also uplifting yourself. Thank you very much. The NYDA says, our youth, our future.
Greetings, Program Director, and greetings to the viewers at home, and also greetings to the stakeholders involved in this prestigious event here. My name is Busiso Sumbane, responsible with youth development in the city of Mbombela Municipality. And I'm here today to just give you a brief overview of what the office is doing, our mandate. And the office was established in 2016 by the Executive Mayor of the City of Mbombela Municipality, Councillor SP Matonsi. And its mandate derived from the National Youth Policy 2015-2020, which means whatever we do, we are informed by the National Youth Policy 2015-2020. So basically, as the Office of the Youth Development in the City of Mbombela, we are having various programs. And there are many programs, but I'll just give you a brief of the programs that we are doing. Firstly, we've got a program of My Saloon, whereby as a city, we make sure that young people who are in beautification find expression in terms of participating in the business of saloon and stuff like that. We assist them to develop business ideas, buy them equipments, buy them starter pack to start their businesses. We also do the business of bakeries, whereby we assist young people to actually do bakeries or to supply bread within their communities wherein they live. We also have a program of Shisanyama, whereby we assist young people to actually make food in their communities and as a way of living. And we also have a program whereby young people find expression in construction, whereby we assist them through trainings, we assist them to get stake in the 30% set aside policy, which has been passed by government to say when there's a construction in the community, 30% must go to the local people, and within that 30%, we advocate for young people to actually thrive and actually participate. There are many programs that as a city we have implemented thus far, and we have assisted filming Nomvula Part 1, Part 2, and we are about to actually make Nomvula Part 3. As the City of Mbombela Youth Development Office, we are part of that to ensure that young artists in filming find expression also. And as we are here to celebrate the Music Creatives Workshop, as the City of Mbombela Youth Development Office, we are here to give our support to actually say, continue with the work that we are doing. Our support is here. We'll continue to give you our support. But what we are about to do in the future is to actually engage with other stakeholders to make sure that they put more resources so that this kind of programs becomes a success. Because what we have observed is that the resources are not up to the standard. As the youth office, we must make sure that we avail resources through engagement with other stakeholders. And maybe to actually close this interview of ours, I would like for young people, in order to access our office, they can access it through telephone. Our telephone line is as follows: 013-759-9436. And you can also access me on my cell phone number, which is 082-864-7721. And perhaps, Program Director, if you don't mind, because today I was just giving you a brief of what we are doing, but if you have time, I will give you a comprehensive interview for the programs, for the things that we are doing and the things that we have done and the things that we intend doing in future. And we also open for suggestion for us to work efficiently and effective. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Nhlanhla Themba, Regional Marketing Manager at SANParks, responsible for the Kruger National Park. Would like to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders who made this event possible, led by the organizing entity, Redundancy. NYDA, as well as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in Mpumalanga, are the core partners in this event. SANParks appreciates the youth and recognizes the importance of the youth development. That is why we are involved as an entity to ensure that the youth of Mpumalanga, where you find one of the national parks residing, receive the necessary support through development. This event is brought to you by Redundancy and is supported by NYDA as well as DCSR. SANParks support the Music Creatives Workshop. And remember, #LiveYourWild. We would like to wish you all at this event today success and the best of the future. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those messages of support. We continue with our program. My name is the Big Zilone, and you can find me via @PremiumBeatsSA. I am also a creative in the province of Mpumalanga. This is how they make them. Just kidding, man. Hope you're having a great time with us. We've got a lot to learn. We've got a number of speakers, experts that are still coming up. So you will be encouraged, you will be informed, we will be skilled up. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our keynote address, Ubaba, HOD of the DCSR, Mr. Jean Ntombela, to come and address us with his keynote address. Actually, we're moving to the government complex, that is the provincial Mpumalanga government headquarters, formerly known as the government complex, or Endumbeni. So we'll be streaming to there. But before we do that, we ask Mtoptalubizwa Kembongi. Before a keynote address, you need to really honor whoever is going to address by having Imbongi ahead of that. So that is why I call upon our poet for the day, Mr. Madala, the poet, in the city of Mbombela at the Mbombela Stadium.
Sisengale mithi labanye basoma le mithi angithi nithi iphi imithi. Bathi ngilikhehla ngikhehlekile ngingimadala ngimdzala kudzala ngizalula ngalolu dzala ngidla ngalolu dzala lokade ngicele bathi. Ngalomcondvo locondzile locedza tinhlungu ngipha ngiphathe ngiphethe ngenjabulo. Ngisonkondlo ngenkondlo ngishaya inkondlo khala tinkondlo nkondlo babi bosonkondlo labamumethe tinkondlo ngoba bathe bosomatheketheke ngabashiya babuthakathaka sengisaba nekusho kulomusho ngithi tibhidisho ngoba nasho ngasho ngathi ngingisomagama gama ngeligalelo magama ngiyagalela nginishiya ngigamadekile ningigamade msindvode ndzabade ngeligalelo magama ngiyagalela angisakhoni bengikhona ebukhoneni bekukhona bengithi ngikhona ngidawukhona ayikhona angisakhoni. Mhlaba uyahlaba usihlabe noma sesigcoke ticatfula sakhona ekucatfuta usihlabe sehle emtimbeni labanye behla emotini ngakusasa sobe sehla ngelibhokisi emalibeni siyalimala kulibala ngoba ayothethe emacala nalabo labathethe emacala sekulicala sothi siyacala sicakacaka kwekucala bahloniphe bangakuhloniphi ubathanze bangakuthanzi banemona ngawe banemusa musa kumosa lo musa noma sebakubeka emabala bathi uyingwe mabala ngoba kusasa bayothi udla ngemabala sebabala babalabala noma siphila baphika baphiphita baphika balohela bathi impumelelo abafuni kuyibona siphila sifa lapho siphila khona ngesifungo setimfene tsafisa umphila utanga uvuthwe ngetfiso temfene ngetfiso safisa sifisa tfiso letingakafezeki kwetifiso ikhona inyanga lengasebenzisi tinhlolo ngemihlolo itakwendela imihlolo uhlometikhaliphe uphe uphathe uphethe ngenjabulo thatha lithemba lakho ulibeke kuye lona losemafini longabonwa ngemehlo kepha ubonwa ngetendo ingane yasho nasencwadzini ekuphila lekuphila lena lemhlophe ngekhathi mnyama ngaphandle athi ngete ngakufesa umthwalo longedulu kwemandla akho cathanisa bathanze bangakuthanzi bendele lokunhle bakwendele lokubi kepha khumbula ungakhohlwa ukuthi sisimakaze unenjongo ngawe lena litfunga isengelwa phansi nguye lona umlilitelo lilitela imililitelo lelitela ko bayilitela bomake bogogo bathi uphumnikade atosikhomba umninikade bathi bayiteka ngiyabuza ukuthi bayiteka kanjani banganathi ingomo batayilobola ngani bayagagadlelwa yangena ingadla yagadla kalo magadlela yagadla ibe bagagadlela yagadla kwagedletela timbambo telive kwakhala emaswane athi kathi sigagadlelwa kwakhala tintombi tagijima tayobikela bonina That's kathi sigagadlela bekasafikile somashiloko lokhalisa linyenda kusitete kafika lahlala khona kepha yena wakhalisu ahlanyele mathapha.
Program director, our stakeholders, in particular the National Youth Development Agency, our participants, as well as our viewers at home. Accept our greetings, and we're delighted that as the Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation, once more we deliver the Mpumalanga cultural experience to the people of the province, although this year it happens under difficult conditions. The 5th edition of the cultural experience happened in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The outbreak of the pandemic has made it difficult for the creative industry to operate as business as usual. It has called for innovative ways to keep the creative industry going. I am confident that in the coming days, the Music Creative Workshop will prepare local artists to operate in a new normal. Until the rollout of the Music Creative Workshop, most of our artists did not know where to get information on the entertainment industry. Since its establishment, the workshop has provided a one-stop shop for artists to be empowered with information to conquer in the industry. In a short period, it has launched music careers of many artists in the province. Some are now performing at professional level. The workshop epitomizes what the cultural experience is all about. The cultural experience is not about having fun, but making a contribution in growing the local economy and developing local artists. Collaborating with the Music Creative Workshop has been a boon for our local artists. The outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the importance of artists to have multiple income streams and not only depend on performances. The creative industry has evolved over the years, and it is no longer just be about getting on stage and performing, but there are various aspects that artists need to be equipped with, from management, the business sides of the industry like taxation, realities, and income maximization, which are areas that expect the workshop to cover and broaden local artist horizon. I have no doubt that this will equip artists with the knowledge and skills to weather future storms. As a department, we have committed ourselves to promote and support the diverse creative industries, from folk art, festivals, music, books, paintings, performing art, to the film industry, broadcasting, as well as video games. However, this support cannot be provided in an environment that is not stable and organized. The workshop therefore serves as a platform for government to enter the space, advance projects and programs that will empower our youth. We take this opportunity to wish you all a successful event as you continue. I thank you.
One of the biggest problems with being in the creative space is that you get to learn that it is a very volatile space to operate from. I guess it is the reason why many parents, particularly those parents who gave birth to those who were born in the 80s, they found it very difficult to allow their kids to be in the creative space. There's always been that notion of you need something to fall back on. But there is a new way of thinking right now. It's called diversifying. Yes. Unfortunately, I'm very pained because we were looking forward to this one. We had invited DJ Lamiz Holworthy to talk to us about the importance of diversifying and creating multiple streams of income. Ungabheka ama-booking kuphela, or performances, or voiceovers, or the royalties from the music. Finding different ways to support your art. But unfortunately, we are informed that she is not feeling well, and she has had to get to see a doctor. We hope she gets well very soon. So we are going to pack this topic, because as soon as she gets well and we do this again, we'd like her to be with us. So right now, we're going to move on to our next performance.
She said, boy, I ain't perfect. I need you to love me for who I am, so quit playing. That's all I want, that's all I need. But girl, I'm allergic to commitments, and I know you wanna admit it. You can love me from a distance, my heart won't let me fall in love with you. It's so hard for me, please understand. I can't take the chance. Heart is torn apart over and over. Let me love you naked. Can we have amusement? Light up, let's get faded. Shawty, please stop forcing. Let me love you naked. It's a situation. Don't open your heart. I'm not ready to love. Don't wanna cause you any harm. Please don't let me inside. Don't open your heart, girl. Cause I won't love you, baby. 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 I won't love you.
Sanbonani, I would like to thank the program director for giving me this platform. I'm here today to tell you about the journey Miyago Music Creatives Workshop that started 2018. As an upcoming artist, I was from a label, Lebeng Sainwe Guyo, that I recently, that time, resigned from. Coming to Mpumalanga, wanting to start from the beginning, it was a little bit challenging because I did not have knowledge, I did not have resources, I did not have capital. So November, I joined a Music Creatives Workshop to learn more to brand myself, to start over independently. When I joined the Music Creatives Workshop, many knew about who I was. So I was given a platform the first day of the workshop, which was a Wednesday. I was given a platform to perform. When I performed, DJ Zoe asked Uguti for part of the competition that will take part on the last day, which was Friday. I did that, and I was one of the winners that won position number 1 under vocalists, and I was blessed with my winning prizes of 50,000 that was funded by the NYDA. When I started the program, NYDA, on how to start a business, attending the 5 days of classes, I was introduced to start my own record label to formalize my business, to formalize my career. I started my business here, record label, so I can personally and individually release my music under my record label and also be a brand that people understand ukuthi angimane ngavuka ngayenda umculo. So I was given the opportunity yokuthi ngibe nesami studio, ngibe na ama live recording instruments. And furthermore, I won prizes like Itamelin, gave me a platform to go study business management. And with the information that I took from them, it made me understand the business I wanted to take. The Music Creatives Workshop gave me a platform to brand myself and also expand into connections and you know, relationships with people. Furthermore, 2019, I knew then, it's time for me to release music. It's time for me to grow. I then released few songs, which was Inhlitiyo and Sonzela. Through the Music Creatives Workshop, I was able to launch the songs which DJ Zoe, Rhythm and Lifestyle, and the NYDA were able to provide a launch for me, which happened September. And before then, we were performing in Zanzibar. And through Music Creatives Workshop, they got contacts from Rhythm and Lifestyle. I was part of a women's show eSwatini, langa performer khona ngaphinze ngaya Namibia. So it boosted my profile, it boosted my brand, it gave a profile yami sisindo ukuthi mabangibhuka bathi ukuthi this is the kind of a person we're dealing with. All in all, they branded me. All in all, they supported me. It didn't end 2018 because I was also pushing. I was also doing everything I could. Ukuthi ngikhone kuba sustainable, ngikhone kuba artist releasako umculo. 2019, when I released Ishona Malanga, before lockdown hit, we were planning on doing a tour with the Rhythm and Lifestyle and few of the artists, which namely were Umlingani, Ucyberite, Ukezo. So this year I worked on studio during the lockdown, and I was able to come up with a song that is coming next week Friday called Uhlalanam, and we'll be shooting the video next week Thursday. So today I'd like to share with you guys, Guti, it is not just a workshop where you will go and learn about the industry. It will sustain you, it will boost you. It will put you to places where you want to go. But the only thing, it only depends with you. How serious are you with your craft? How do you take your sound serious? Do you want to work with people? Do you even understand the music you are doing? Do you understand your brand? Because as an individual, you also need to know yourself before someone else can invest in you. I came with the package of knowing who I was, knowing what I stand for, and knowing what I wanted to send to people. The music that I had in my bag, it was never gonna be as big as I thought it would if I didn't join a Music Creatives Workshop, if sports and arts and culture didn't boost me. Because the way it was, I think last year I was also part of the cultural experience that I performed to last year, Kasi. And it's a program that I appreciated in the Messi Lifestyle, because being deserve, because it comes with a package of knowing exactly who you are. And to everyone at home who's listening and watching, who is an upcoming artist, who releases music and who feel like attending, join the workshop. Next year, it's still your chance. Your chance. Next year, you can still do it. You can talk to anyone around you. Lifestyle. Associate yourself with other artists. You can do it alone. You can never do it without someone who knows better. I'm Phumla Music. I thank you.
Ngithanda ukubingelela bonke bahlali baseMpumalanga nemaphethelo neMbombela lapho kuqhubeka khona iCreative Arts Workshop lerana nguSisi DJ Zoe lonvuselako ngilakhe sibonga kwamawelela ngokuqhamuka ngiqhamuka phansi emjindini eBabathoni ngibonga lesikhathi samanje ukuthi DJ Zoe uyowasineta lithuba kakhulu ukuthi sibe sto showcase italent lethu lapha ngithanda ukubonga futhi neNYDA le yasifanda last year si receivile in terms of traditional drums ezidlala ngawo ngane ne traditional attire. I-workshop isite kakhulu ukuthi in terms ukuthi i-organization yethu namhla inkulu kakhulu namhla ka5 kuma Satma Awards siyobe sidlala i-traditional dance ngenxa ye-capacity labasiniketa yona bo DJ Zoe sibonga kakhulu ngithemba ukuthi impumelelo yethu isatobonakala ngaphambili kweSouth Africa safuna ku showcase even neltalent lethu ku market ngihamba nemvunge yeAfrica Cultural Group. Ngiyabonga.
Lochana Mzansi, this is Desmond Gianni, aka Desmuso. I'm an Afro house artist. I'd like to take this opportunity and thank NYDA, Department of Culture, Sport and Recreation, music creative workshops with DJ Zoe. I'd just like to take this time and say this was a great experience where I had to learn and understand the business side of the music industry. I can actually be the entrepreneur in the entertainment industry. And most importantly, I like to say this has opened the channels for me to actually showcase my talent and be known around the province and nationwide also. And again, I'd like to take the opportunity. I was part of the all-white party online. Since all the artists, we were struggling or going through tough times during this COVID-19, but I'd like to thank the Music Creative Workshop alongside Department of Culture, Sport and Recreation for making sure that we are taken care of. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Sanbonani, I go by the name of Andiswa from Kondo. Ngithanda ukubonga i-DCSR, NYDA, and also DJ Zoe. We had a music creatives workshop last year, and it was very educational. There's a lot of things engisifundile regard music. What I understood previously, ukuthi music was just a talent, but then I also got to explore the part ukuthi music is also a business. Namhlanje, from NYDA, I got my equipment worth 50,000, of which it allowed me to expand the business lami, 3G Music Media, and also I'll be signing my first artist under 3G Music Media. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Awuthandwa yimi, uthanda inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, wena uthanda inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, yeah, uthanda inhliziyo yami. Yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, uthanda inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, wena uthanda inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, yeah, uthanda inhliziyo yami. Yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Baby girl, yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo. Oh, yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo. Baby girl, yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo. Ngithi baby girl, yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Noma bafika phambi kwami besimageta, yeah. Ngithi noma bafika phambi kwami besithengisa, kodwa inhliziyo yami ifuna wena. Inhliziyo yami ithanda wena. Awuthandwa yimi, yimi, uthandwa inhliziyo yami. Awuthandwa yimi, yimi, uthandwa inhliziyo. Wena uthandwa yimi, baby girl, oh no. Ngithi dala uthandwa yimi, baby girl, oh no, no. Yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo. Baby girl, yona iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Yedala iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo. Ngithi baby, 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 iyavuma, iyavuma, iyavuma inhliziyo yami. Noma bafika phambi kwami besimageta, dali. Ngithi noma bafika phambi kwami besithengisa, no, inhliziyo yami ifuna wena. Inhliziyo yami ikhethe wena. Ngithi yimi, yimi, mina ngithi yimi, yimi yami inhliziyo ifuna wena. Baby girl, no, 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 no. Get it, baby, girl, you only a fool. Yeah, you tell me a fool. Whoa, 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 yeah. You tell me a fool. Whoa, 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 baby, a fool. Whoa, 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 yeah. You tell me a fool.
One of the biggest challenges that as creatives we face is the issue of compliance. Compliance with who? Compliance with the South African Receiver of Revenues. Now, those who have been into trouble with SARS can tell you that they got their fingers bent, and you can never run away from SARS. And the other thing about SARS is that at some point, they're going to come and knocking at your door and say, please, let's address these matters of compliance. That is why it has become a really important subject matter for the Music Creatives Workshop to be able to talk about these issues and bring experts in. And what better way of bringing experts in than bringing SARS themselves? Today, we've got Usisi Ntokozo Sibisi together with Joanne Clark, who are professionals in tax issues working for SARS. They're here representing SARS and to talk about compliance for us, creatives. Welcome to the Music Creatives Workshop.
Thank you so much.
How do we comply? What do we need to do? Take us from a beginner's point of view. All I know is I am a DJ, I am a performer, I am a musician, and I am focusing on my art, which is what happens a lot in our business. We focus on the art, we're in the studio all the night, and we're going out to be performing. But now the money starts rolling in. And we need to share with the nation.
Of course.
And you are here to guard that that is happening. How do we do this and not get our fingers bent?
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Ntokozo, as you said. I'm with my colleague, Joanne Clark. We're from the South African Revenue Service, not Receiver anymore.
Oh, it's not long. You see, I must comply with that part first.
Receiver of Revenue, okay. Thank you again. So what we're going to talk about today is mainly on the compliance issues.
Yes.
So what is it that you need to know as an artist? What is it that you need to understand? Why are we calling tax? Why are we collecting tax? Because it's one of our main objectives, obviously,
right.
to collect the revenue.
Yes.
So you, as an individual or as a business or as an artist, remember now you talk about money, rolling in money, whereas you were busy on the other side. First and foremost, you need to register for the income tax. You need to have an income tax number. That is the beginning of everything.
Okay.
So now having that tax number, you need to submit your tax return. And then we'll speak to that later on, the submission of the tax return. And again, if there is a debt, you must also pay that debt. So let's say you submitted your tax returns and then then SARS requests you to submit the documents and you fail to do that. Again, that will delay the process of you being compliant. Okay, let's go back to the registration part. You register on e-filing. We've got e-filing that we normally use. Remember now, fourth industrial revolution, Joanne will agree, and everyone will agree with us that there is the technology is taking over these days.
Yes.
So we cannot just stand there and say, okay, because of the COVID again, you cannot go to the office. You need to make use of these big tablets, the phones, the computers that you need to register. So we've got the e-filing. You go to our website and register yourself on e-filing. We don't do registration in the office anymore. So you register yourself on e-filing. You go to our website, www.sars.gov.za, and register. So make sure you have your ID, your email address, your cell phone numbers, everything. You complete that registration process, and then you'll get your tax number immediately.
Now, we're talking as a natural person or as a business. For example, we have a situation where artists are operating from their own personal bank accounts. And we also have a situation where artists are performing as record companies.
Okay.
How does the compliance work for the two entities?
Okay. All right, now let's talk about the compliance as an individual. Let's talk to the artist. Now I'm talking to you as an individual capacity. So you will register for income tax. Now we also look at, are you employed? Now it goes to the submission of the IRP5 or the return. So when we look at that, we're saying, are you an employee where there is a relationship between you, the employee, and the employer, and somewhere there is a remuneration. So you're getting paid on monthly basis, weekly basis, or after the performance or after the booking, right? So now you're getting that income, right? So that the production company will issue you with an IRP5. Then when they issue with an IRP5, that's where it comes when you need to submit your IRP5. Let's look at that. Let's look at it in this way again. We also have what is called an independent contractor, whereby you as an artist, right? You as an artist, you're doing your own performances outside. Me as Dogoza, I will invite you to come to here at Nothing House for a Christmas carol party, and then you do your performance, and then I give you the money after the performance. Then that we will classify it as an independent contractor. Remember now, I'm not an employer, I'm just requesting you to come and perform. Yes. But mind you, you still need to declare that. Submitting of the return is also important. So you know your allowable deductions better, you know your expenses better, because coming to me as I have booked you, you know you've booked a hotel, there is a petrol, there is a traveling expenses, so that when you submit your return, you must remember that there is also an expenses. It's different with an IRP5. With an IRP5, you can get an IRP5 with all the allowable deductions on that IRP5. So when you submit, you go to SARS, and not to SARS anyway, you submit on e-filing and then done. So, but now as an independent contractor, we also need to understand what is that independent contractor. Not just everyone is deemed as an independent contractor. And again, the production company will also look at you as an independent contractor. They can also issue you with an IRP5.
Now, this is very interesting information and can be very technical. Yeah. Joanne, I want you to assist us with this situation. I'll give you a scenario. Okay. One of the things that gets to happen as artists is that obviously there is a blindedness amongst many artists to almost believe that SARS does not exist. Which we discover later on. How do I make sure, as an artist, even at my small place where I'm still getting my 500 rand there, 1,000 rand there, and growing, how do I make sure that I prepare for the reporting, the declarations, within my every booking? How do we balance that and prepare for it?
With your situation, and anybody out there, record keeping is extremely important. Recording the money that you're receiving for your performances, for the work that you've done, you need to keep a record of that. And normally what we will tell our clients is, have a separate bank account, one for your business and one for yourself, so that you can monitor the money coming in. Again, your expenses. Your expenses are extremely important, because now remember, the income coming in, I will need to reduce it by the expenses that are in the production of my income. And that's why the record keeping is extremely important. How you keep your record keeping, you can have it manual, whereby you're writing it in a book. If you are computer literate and you know how to work on a software package and even work on Excel, you can obviously create your own software package if you know how to do that, so that you can keep all these records. But without your records, you're going to see it's very difficult for you to complete your tax return. And especially when you submitted your tax return and you requested them to go through to audit. Because audit asks you, I need copies of all your documents. And if you haven't got those documents, then you're stuck.
Now, even though I know that I had more expenses than income, SARS will be looking at me saying, where did the money go? It means you chowed it. Some text, please.
I was going to say, not necessary. We understand that in a lot of industries, and especially obviously in the market that we are looking at today, the performing artists, you are going to be running losses. Now it's acceptable by us. We will accept that loss. And remember, we will not tax you on your loss. That loss also will get carried forward to next year. And if next year you make a profit, we will reduce that profit with this loss that we are carrying forward. And it's always going to roll over.
So which means it's very key to be keeping those records. And also what I'm getting from the information you're sharing is that because it is not our expertise is producing the music, performing, DJing, and all the good things that we do, then would you then suggest that it is important for me to have an expert who deals with record keeping, finance, to be able to assist me to report better to you guys? Or is it possible for me to do it myself?
You can do it yourself.
I can do it myself.
You can, especially when you are a startup artist, I would say you can do it yourself. I think it's better if you understand your business first before involving other people. Yeah, so it's better if you just try to gather your information together and saying, okay, these are my expenses, this is the income that I have received, and then when now you are busy with the production line and going with the gigs and all of that, then you would know exactly what is it that you need to do. Now you invite Ntokozo to come and do your books. But Ntokozo, I know there it's not working, but this one is working, so do the right thing for you to be in a safe farm.
So I have to assess myself at what level of growth I am.
Exactly.
And if I can afford the extra hands and I need to have extra hands. One of the other things that are very conflicting and confusing for us as artists is the issue of VAT registration. Sometimes we're dealing with corporations that says, are you VAT registered? So I'm submitting my quote there, then they're asking, are you VAT registered? And it sounds to us like they prefer to deal with those who are VAT registered because they are also VAT registered. What's the situation there? What must we understand about VAT? And who must register for VAT?
No, you can take it.
In regards to VAT, we've got two categories that we classify for VAT registration. One is compulsory.
Okay.
Compulsory, you have to register for VAT. If your turnover, your sales, has come to an amount over 1 million.
Oh.
Then you have to. Then anybody below that, it's a voluntary, whereby you can if you want to. And as we were saying earlier on e-filing, you will do your registration on e-filing for the VAT. As we're saying, with the COVID, SARS had to obviously adjust the way of working instead of having clients sitting and waiting to go to the counter. So now you can do all the registrations on e-filing, and you can supply the relevant documents. For example, we will need obviously your proof of your income, so that will be your invoices that you have got, and therefore obviously from that, we will then issue you with the VAT number. Once you've got your VAT number, that means that you're going to hire your services out plus the VAT. Before your VAT registration, you cannot put VAT on your services.
Is there a benefit of me as an artist volunteering to collect VAT earlier than my income requires as a necessity?
In regards to that, obviously the advantage, obviously, all your expenses. Now, obviously, all your expenses that you have in your daily life, obviously, in regards to the business of producing, you are going to have VAT that you are paying out. And now, obviously, being registered with VAT, we classify you as a collector for SARS, as a VAT vendor. And that's where, as we say, voluntary, yes, but remember there's a lot more administration with that you have to do. Because now you're having to record the VAT that you've collected, the VAT that you paid, And you don't
Additional
have
to keeping my own records.
Own records, keeping all those records, making sure you submit your VAT returns when they are due. So there is a lot more administration. I was going to say, it does get difficult, especially if you're not sure. But that's why Tukoza and myself, we are the educators in Nelspruit. We run in-house workshops all the time so that you can learn more about these.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ladies were here to talk to us about complying with SARS, which is now the South African Revenue Services, no longer the South African Receiver of Revenue. I like the play. Kept the SARS there. Still remains SARS, but it means something totally different. Is there a reason why the name changed?
Long time ago.
Oh, in 1994?
Long time ago.
I just exposed how old I am.
True.
The reason why it was the receiver of revenue is because customs and excise was separate. In 1994, we amalgamated with one.
Lovely. We're here to learn. That's what we're here for. Thank you so much, ladies, for coming through. Is there something that you may be feeling that we're leaving out that may be key to our creatives out there?
Yes, the tax clearances.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I know compliance is very, 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 it's very long. It's not just only in SARS. You get a gig and then they say to you, are you compliant? So what you need to know with us as SARS, the compliance, we're not calling tax clearance anymore, which means in the name, it is now my compliance status. All right? Before, the tax clearance would take up to a year and just to find out that you're still compliant. But now, my compliance status is a real time. So today, you might be compliant and then next week, you are not compliant. Because now we're emphasizing the fact that you need to stay registered, you need to pay what you need to pay, and you still need to submit the tax return. So now say your return is due this month end, and you have not yet submitted that return, but you still have the tax clearance. But when you go to the system on the TCS, you will find out that you are no longer compliant. And then when
it's getting tricky now.
It is. So you just need to go back to your e-filing. Remember, e-filing is user-friendly. Once you pass the stage of registration, then you can do everything. Submit your return. We're just making things easy for everyone. You can submit your tax return, request your tax clearances. You can make payments again on that e-filing platform. So once you're requesting the tax clearance, then it will tell you that the outstanding return for, say, the VAT 201 is outstanding. Then you can go there and then submit that VAT 201 and go back again and request the tax clearance. Then you can get your PIN and then you do your business.
Is there a situation where you may find that SARS has taxed me more?
Remember, it's on what you declare. But again, remember, we are linked to third-party data. So we're getting information from your employer. We're getting information from the retirement security fund. We're getting information from the medical aid. We're getting information from all of the banks. So if you've got a second bank account where you obviously collect money and bring interest, we will pick up on that.
You will find me.
You can find me. So don't hide.
You can run, but you can
Make SARS your friend. You will have a better life.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting.
And then what we can add on again, we do have the YouTube videos whereby we tell you exactly what you need to do, especially with the tax clearances, how to register. So please go there, subscribe with the YouTube, and then you'll get the information, exactly what you need to know.
Please share with us all the platforms that you're on, from the website, contact details, YouTube, or if I can just go to Google and say South African Revenue Services.
Yes.
Everything will come.
You can search our offices. You can get the addresses. You can, with our in-house workshops, we do in-house workshops nationally. So you can go there and search the in-house workshops. So you need to know more about that. pay-as-you-earn, provisional tax, and any other tax topic. And again, to request those topics, we can come to you and say, okay, now you want this presentation, we can give it to you. NYDA will be our witness on that one. So we do presentations just to give more information. How can you be compliant if you don't know what you're doing? So we are here to give you that service as well. So you can visit our website. It's www.sars.gov.za. We are on YouTube. You can subscribe on our YouTube videos. We are also on Facebook and on Twitter. So just go to search SARS. We are there for you.
One last one, quick one, just came to my mind. Here we are, we discover that I'm actually in deep trouble with SARS. And SARS is asking for the nation's money, but I cannot pay it now. Are there arrangements that we can be able to then start paying and complying?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You can make arrangements to pay with it.
Okay.
However, remember, if there's money outstanding, we charge interest. So the longer you give it, the more
expensive it becomes.
So try pay it as soon as possible. If you need to make the arrangements, obviously, again, on e-payment, you can put your request in. So then obviously, we've got it on record.
Yes.
And even if you are continuing making the payments during your arrangements, we are still classifying you as compliant. So your tax clearance, my compliance status will not be declared.
So you enable me to continue to trade so that I can be able to pay my debt.
Of course.
I think this may have been one of the biggest fears that artists may be having out there. And a lot of artists get into trouble with this, especially artists that become international, national and international, because lots of money is coming in. You're starting gigs and bookings from Monday to Monday. You are busy. From corporate bookings to social gatherings, you are just busy everywhere, and we're buying expensive cars, expensive houses, and all of that is adding more administration for compliance. Thank you so much for coming through, ladies, and assisting us with all this information. We will comply.
Thank you.
We are at the Music Creatives Workshop at Nutting House, and a big shout out to all the supporting organizations that are supporting the Music Creatives Workshop, created by Rhythm NC Lifestyle and Entertainment. Thank you so much. My name is The Big Zill on air, and I need to remind you, we've got 10 gigs for 6 months to give away, plus a Samsung Galaxy Tab 10. Well, that's the first prize. Second prize, we have 5 gigs for 6 months. We also have a third prize, which is 3 gigs for 3 months. You want to win those by Vodacom, you need to make sure that as we are streaming this webinar, you are following the Music Creatives Workshop on Facebook. You are liking and commenting on this stream right now. You are also sharing to your own page this stream. You stand a chance to win these awesome prizes. And good luck. One of the biggest misconceptions for up-and-coming artists who are developing in the space of creating music has always been making sense of their rights to their music, the rights to the products they create. Many artists just want to create music. They just want to get into the studio, sing if they sing, produce if they produce, but forget about who must own the music and how do we collect those royalties after our music has been used by others all over the world. Now, we decided that it will be very key for us to have an expert in the issues of rights of our music. So we invited Linda Malinga of the South African Music Performing Rights Association. Linda, welcome to the Creative Music Workshop.
Thank you very much for having me.
What does your organization do? Please demystify it, because I can promise you right now, many artists find themselves creating music without having a conversation with you guys.
All right. I think let's start with informing you guys, who is SAMPRA?
Yeah.
SAMPRA is the South African Music Performance Rights Association. SAMPRA is a collecting societies for needle time royalties on behalf of performers, non-performers, as well as featured performers. And then, so we are a non-profit organization. Obviously, we work for record labels as well as artists. So we collect those royalties from music users. Who are music users? Your nightclubs, your car washes in Chisanyama, your retail stores, your shopping malls, your filling station, anyone that plays commercial music in a business premises is a music user and is required to have a SAMPRA license in order to use that music, as that music is copyright protected.
Now, you're stepping into a territory that, again, I will say to you, many musicians are not aware of, because we just create the music in the studio and we want to see people enjoying it and listening to it. You are telling us that when my music is being played at a club, the club is supposed to pay me for that.
The club is supposed to pay a SAMPRA license. That SAMPRA license collects your royalties as an artist. So now, let me break it down for you.
Yeah.
As SAMPRA, an artist, if you're an artist, you go to studio, you record your music, you need to register your work and protect it so that it is not exploited, right? Mm-hmm. So you will register with SAMPRA for your needle time royalties. Mm. And you will also register with the South African Music Rights Organization, which is SAMRO.
Yes.
For your authors as well as your publishers. Mm-hmm. Now, let's now stick to SAMPRA for your needle time performance. That nightclub, when they book, for example, you as an artist to perform, they'll pay you a performance fee. However, when you perform using pre-recorded music, which is on a back track, you may be the person that is singing in the front, but there are other people that are involved in the creation of that track, right?
Yes, yes.
When you take that booking fee, those people are not there. You may have featured someone, you may have had session musicians as well. So their royalties will be collected by SAMPRA, including yours as well as the artist. When the nightclub pays the license fee for the year, we are able then to put dividends, because when you register as an artist, you will give us the information that, for example, Mandla Nkosi is the main performer. Zoe Nene is a featured artist. And then there's so maybe who is maybe a featured, he did a feature on the keyboard just to add a little element of that on that pre-recorded music. And then we will use the information that was given to us by you as to who needs to be paid royalties from that music content.
Now, I'll ask you this question. Allow me to. Are you telling me that all these establishments that are registered businesses, operating as restaurants, clubs, and the likes, all have a SAMPRA license?
In a perfect world, it would be nice for all of them to have it. However, that is our fight that we keep on pushing forward, trying to make them understand that without a SAMPRA license, they are in violation of the Copyright Act. So we go from city to city, region by region, trying to license these businesses. Even your taxis, your Ubers, they need to have a license. When you get into an Uber, you're a client. You pay to ride in that Uber. That Uber will entertain you with somebody else's music. In that Uber, you reach your destination. That is deemed as public performance. Uber must have a license for playing music in those cars, buses, as well as the airplanes, which they do have, SAA for that matter, and the Mangoes. However, we're still far from getting there. I'll tell you what the problem is. Even our artists are not well versed in terms of education on the SAMPRA license obligation. They don't understand the importance of them being members of SAMPRA. And it does not cost them anything. All we need is information that this is you, this is your song, and these are the people that performed in the song. That is it. The next time you hear from us is when we pay money into your account that we collect for you.
Wow. Now, I need you to retrack a little bit. Give us the different types of collections that you go to. Here is my song. I am your client now. I've registered with you. Every time I release music, I report to you to say, guys, now here's a new product. I'm releasing it to the world. Please guard it. What spaces are you governing for these collections?
That's a great question. All right. Hence our name, South African Music Performance Rights Association. We are responsible for the South African territory only. However, we have bilateral agreements with all the other countries in the globe, like the UK, China, Germany. So a Greek restaurant that plays Greek music cannot tell us we cannot collect. We can collect on behalf of those countries because we are all members of one organization which is called SCAPRA. It's a global organization where all these collection societies are members under. So if your music plays in Italy, for argument's sake, Italy will collect, but they'll send it to SAMPRA in South Africa for SAMPRA to then distribute to you. But if you are a global artist, for example, let me use Freshly Ground. Freshly Ground has released music in South Africa and has also released in the US. So when you are a global artist like that, you are able to have two collective societies because you've done releases outside of your territory. And once that has been agreed, then you can have two, but then still, they'll only collect in the US. For you, the US will collect in the US, South Africa, SAMPRA will collect in South Africa. Everybody else will collect on your behalf and send it to you. But this is your money that we've collected in Germany. There you go, US, for your artist. Or if it's in South Africa, there you go for your artist. We've collected this there. That's how it works.
So what types of organizations get to use Creative's music that you collect from? You've mentioned the likes of airplanes, Ubers, and clubs. How wide does the network go?
It goes very wide. Even offices that would use music on hold. Sometimes you'll phone an office. When they put you on hold, you'll hear familiar music, or sometimes they'll just link a radio station. They have to have a license for that because, before digressing on your question, every organization you can think of where there's money that changes hands, even a radio station is a public broadcaster. You and I are the public which they have to broadcast to. But once we start playing that radio station at a shop where we sell clothes, at a shop where we sell cars, you know, we are no longer playing that radio station for our private use. It's no longer domestic use. We are playing it as background music for our clients to be enticed to stay even longer in our shopping space. So that is obviously the use of commercial music. So if you don't want to take a license, then you might as well go and play royalty-free music and not play the copyright-protected music, which is very difficult in our territory. I mean, you want to play the most popular music. Imagine Skip Up playing an unknown artist. They want to play what's popular because that's what people want. That's what keeps people in the shop. Even restaurants, as much as they don't play music very loud, it's background music. Sitting in a restaurant which is dead quiet is different from sitting in a restaurant that has background music. And it has been factually proven on research. When a business premises is silent and dead, people don't stay longer. But when a business premises has music, people stay longer. So that means music adds value to their businesses. So why should they not pay a license for our artists? Because when you buy an artist song, you buy it for personal use. But once then you play it publicly, that's public distortion, needs to be paid for.
Now, I want to ask you, Here are these places, they're beginning to comply. You're collecting. A double-sided question. They played my song 100 times in 2020. How will you know that they played it 100 times? How much am I getting paid? Those are the two key issues now. This speaks to the value proposition to say, why must I be a client of SAMPRA as an artist? How much will I get for that rotation, each one? And how will you know that they've rotated my music this much?
First of all, I think the value position of that, you cannot put it on monetary terms. Prior to me giving you the picture of how we know how much your song has been played, let me start there, and then I will end with, I will not give you a monetary value. However, I will give you how we can pick up, because once it has been picked up, then it needs to be calculated in terms of the dividends that are in that one particular song structure. It is impossible for it to be just one person that needs to be paid the royalty there. How do we know that your song has been played and how many times it has been played? We use systems like F Stereo. And radio stations, they have call logs. We know how many times a radio station has played your music. Most businesses, most commercial businesses, your Pick and Pays, your Woolworths, your Foschini groups, most businesses, they play radio stations. If you go to BMW, they're in Nelspruit, they play 94.7 FM. You go to Mercedes-Benz, they'll play Classic FM. You understand what I mean? So all those radio stations are members, they have SAMPRA licenses for being as broadcasters. So they give us their information timelessly as to what music they've played and how many times they've played it. Then we also collect data from F Stereo, which is a system used by record labels, and some artists use it to track their music as to where it's played and how many times it's played. Then we also have digital sites like your iTunes, Spotify, Deezer, Google Play. We get psychographics. How many times your songs have been streamed publicly? There are stores that when you enter, they're playing YouTube. They're playing commercial music on YouTube, or they're playing iTunes in a store. They have to have a license. Then we get those psychographics, and that's how we then calculate your royalty fee. So now you can imagine your song has been played 100 times. Ngapa, there's Begmuzili Tulu, who's also been played 500 times. So all that money goes then to our finance department, which will then do the dividends on all those artists' songs that are played in a particular year. And then we do payments twice a year. But now for the 2020 period, we did the payment much earlier due to the COVID-19. So in order to assist artists, we did the payment in, it was in July. It was in July, and another payment was made now in September. So now the next payment run is going to be in 2021. Another thing that I want to reiterate to you, obviously somebody would ask you, if my song plays once, how much will I get? The returns are much, much more when your song is played more times. It's logic. However, there are artists that are more popular than others. But there are artists also that you and I, like a normal person would not know of, but they are just as popular. That people will be surprised. How can this artist be nominated for this? Who are they?
But they're getting played.
But they're doing great, on their niche market. So, and that the money of royalties is not money that comes quick. It's an investment, because it pays you after a while when your music has had its run. So it's not an immediate thing. Yes, the artist will make money with their bookings, and promotions, but your royalties from things like SAMPRA, you wait for that. Let your song run. Once your song is done, you'll get the rewards for that. And I'd like to add one thing before you ask another question. We've got a SAMPRA Development Fund. to assist the artist. I will send a link to you guys, which you can share with the attendees. The SAMPRA Development Fund was created now in 2020. It's going to have a retirement benefit for the artist. And then also, if an artist requires certain assistance, whether it's studio equipment, whether it's travel, whether it's recording, so the artist will need to submit a proposal and explain what is it that they need for the funding. But no monetary money will be given to the artist. So you will be given what you need. So you need to go to Mpumalanga, you're going to do a Mpumalanga tour for your album. Okay, what do you have already? No, I've got a car already, but all I need is petrol and accommodation. Fine. SAMPRA Development Fund will get you accommodation and petrol. Signed off. So we're giving you the tools to assist you in your career.
Are these grants or are these loans?
They are grants. They are not loans. Grants.
Up to how much is one artist eligible for?
All that information will be stipulated when you go into the development fund. There is no ceiling because remember, artists' needs may differ. There are artists that record digitally. There are artists that still prefers to record live. The dynamics are not the same. So it's not a blanket thing that you can use one formula for every artist. So each proposal will be dealt with as it comes, differently, separately. Yes, that's right.
Powerful stuff. We'll definitely be sharing that link over the days. Be on the lookout on the Music Creatives Workshop Facebook page. We'll be getting that link from Linda and distribute it to everybody out there. So these are just some of the nuggets of why it is important to associate yourself with the Music Creative Workshop, because this is value that we're getting right here. Pralinda.
Yes.
How does one then get in touch with you guys and also get more information ultimately for the purposes of registering and becoming a client of SAMPRA?
All right. There's actually very much easier way. The artist can download the SAMPRA app on iOS and any Android phone. The application forms are all there. All the members of SAMPRA are there. They'll be able to see who are the members and who are the music users that are licensed under SAMPRA and submit their application forms from there. Obviously now we are moving in a very much more faster speed technological space, also due to the COVID. There's no need for one to travel all the way from Nelspruit to come to the SAMPRA office in Johannesburg, whereas you can submit your application online. And then you are able to also contact us. All the telephone numbers are there to make follow-up on your application, So all that, the palm of your hand.
So your website is?
www.sampra.org.za. However, I will send you a link as well for the app so that you can send it through to the artist and they can be able to download the app. All the frequently asked questions are all there. If they want to send an email, they can send the email on the info@sampra.org.za. Application forms, they are all there.
Super stuff. Pralinda, is there anything that we are leaving behind that you'd like to share before we close?
Not necessarily. I think we have covered most. What I can just say is that, the one thing maybe that we did not touch on a little bit on is the DJ's license, mobile DJ's license. Artists do not understand that DJs are paid a booking fee to play music and make people dance. But DJs don't play their own music for that whole hour to make people dance. They play copyright protected music of other artists to make those people dance in return for a fee. Those DJs are also required to have a mobile DJ license, because a DJ can go and play in 3 venues in one night with your music. You are not there, but he's getting paid.
So the DJ license issue is now an official story.
It has been official from its inception.
Oh,
It has
because
been
why? It's because I'm a DJ myself. I'm one of the culprits.
You know,
so
I
tell us
wouldn't
about the
blame you.
DJ license.
I wouldn't blame you. I don't want to lie. I do not think we as Sampra, as a company, we are exposing ourselves enough to the music users. We are there dealing with the corporate clients, the bigger clients that has to pay your money for your music and everything. But however, the creatives, especially in the entertainment industry, the music license obligations is not known. I think we still need to do more and be more involved in such projects, you know, to inform and educate. Because one day you will get a booking from a venue that has a Sampra license, and they will say to you, before we conclude with you, do you have your mobile DJ license? Then you'll want to have a mobile DJ license within 24 hours. And that's going to be a problem. So yes, you do need a DJ license. How we monitor that? You take a DJ license, which is going to be 2,900 for the whole year.
Okay.
And then what you play, as you create your playlist, when you sign the contract, you must submit your playlist, because remember, when you're not a radio station, you're a mobile DJ. Your music, you take the music, whether from TrackSource, Fagaza.com, or whatever the case may be, and then you put it into a USB. All these places and play. So as you take a DJ license, you need to submit all the music that you play in these places. And then we are able to settle that these are the songs that you play. These are people that needs to be paid from the DJ licensees that we have.
Okay. Now, when we started this DJ license line of our conversation, first thing in my head was practicality and cost. So you say 2,900 Rand, which means we can divide it by 12 months. It will tell me how much it costs me per month.
Very cheap. It's more than your booking fee. It's less than your booking fee, rather.
The one thing that I also want to step into, nearly forgot this. I don't know if it is the space in which you are operating. As a DJ, I can be prepared to go and get a DJ license tomorrow. If you tell me that by having a DJ license, I can now be able to, for an example, have my DJ live streams on Facebook, YouTube, and the other social media without them being cut. Is this what the DJ license promises me, and how do I go about?
Beautiful question.
I raise this because it is one of the biggest challenges we're having right now as DJs. We've got all these tools in our homes, but the moment you start pressing play there, Facebook and Instagram is telling you, hey, this song belongs to Mang Mang, and I guess if I have a license, I should be able.
You're violating the Copyright Act.
Yes.
Remember, as a mobile DJ, you play live in a venue. Now, when you start creating a broadcast, a live stream on a social media platform and inviting people to join in and listen in while you are using copyright protected music, that's a violation of the Copyright Act. The DJ license does not give you the right to use other people's music to gain audience on a social media platform. And when you want to use music, whether on a podcast, Facebook, Instagram, you need to get clearance rights from the owners of the music with your DJ license. The DJ license is for you to play at Capello, News Cafe, any club.
Yes, I agree. Me and you are not in two different WhatsApp groups. We're in the same one. I am presenting to you that there is a space you are not covering. It is impractical for me to be going to get rights from every single song. In one night, I can play about 20 songs. Those who play hip hop will play even 50 or to 100 within 1 hour. Now, those 100 songs might even be 100 different stables. So for me to then go and get approval from each stable means that we should not be DJing at all. So I'm submitting to you, Pralinda, that this is a space that you need to assist us with. We are prepared as DJs to pay as broadcasting DJs, but we cannot be going one by one.
Let me just put you at ease with that one. I understand exactly your question and the logistics that you're trying to run away from. It's rather unfortunate because as SAMPRA, we are merely a collecting society. We do not hold the rights usage of music content. We license music users for using music.
Okay, yes.
Now, for what you need to do, for if it's Facebook, whether it's a live stream, whether it's a podcast, sadly, remember, those songs that you want to use, they belong to different record labels and different artists. They are the rights holders. They are the ones who can say, yes, you can use our song. What do you want to use it for? How long are you going to use it for? And then it is not cheap. Some, you can get away with them. Some, your music will be blocked immediately if you use it longer than 10 seconds on any platform. So it's rather unfortunate. I do understand where you're coming from. However, we are not the rights holders of that music content. So we cannot give permission to use or even collect money on that behalf. We are not accredited for that. So if it's a song from Sony and Universal and another one is from where, unfortunately, as the host of the particular show and where you're going to put it, you are the one that is going to have to say, I'm using this music of yours for this use and everything, and submit. Once will tell you yes. It's like doing a compilation. These broadcasts that you see and the podcast, it's the same as doing compilations like back in the day. The compilation is done by getting clearances, paying advances, and then you can do the compilation and release it commercially. But now, because of the internet, everybody goes put on the camera and the internet in their bedroom, connect decks, and start rocking. Other people, and then people come in, they like in your Facebook page. All of a sudden, you've got about 500 people watching you. Using music violation of copyright.
Fully understood, but I am still saying it may rather maybe be an arm of SAMPRA or SAMRO that then takes over that, because it is similar to what radio stations do. If a radio station calls me as a DJ, what they require from me is a playlist so that they can be able to report. Now, we are saying we are now broadcasting because technology is there, but the processes are not there with technology. We are not trying to be playing this music without remunerating the artists, but we're saying there is no organization that is taking charge to say we will be the middleman between yourselves and be able to collect from you in order to use the music. So I think it's an issue of processes not meeting up to technology.
Maybe in the future, it's a wing maybe that can be created.
Yes.
With technology, you never know.
Super stuff.
For your information, there are platforms where you can go on the internet with songs that are already registered under one company for the use of DJs. I will send a link to Zoe, which you can check it out. Songs that will definitely not be cut off on the internet, because what happens is there are international companies, they buy licenses for these songs, whether it's dance, whether it's hip hop. So when you want to use that song, you just pull it from there and then you use it in your show. Then there's no violation because they're already paid for prior.
Yes. Super stuff. Pralinda, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We've learned a lot.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
And I enjoyed it.
I think it's obvious that when you look at my eyes, you can see that it's been a hectic day. Yeah, but quite filled with a lot of learnings, a lot of knowledge. So thank you so much to everybody who have braced it through with us up until this far. Because I'm just thinking back, all the speakers that we've had conversations with here about a number of subjects, really brought their A game. From conversations about how to break out into international markets to compliance with SARS and knowing how you can be assisted by SAMPRA to getting your music played on radio. But we're not done yet. After Assessor, who will be performing for us from the Mbombela Stadium, we will go straight to Johannesburg, where we will find KO to talk to us about how we can innovate in the midst of a pandemic. Right after that, we'll have another performance and we'll shut it down. But I think we cannot go without getting this one last nugget: how to be innovative and relevant during a pandemic, with KO after Assessor. At Mbombela Stadium, take it away, Assessor.
Woo! Yeah, boy. Woo! Yeah. Bayabuza bathu bani lo, umaphilo wenzani lo. Mina ngiphuma la, phumila. Mina ngibunjwe ngegolide. Mina ngizophuma uvali. Ngeke ngizohluleka ngizami. Abangeke ngiyabangena nalelenga nalescoop siyalahlela kumanzi phansi. Boy, jabulika. Makena mina dumi. Woo! Dumisu. Makena mina dumisu. Look dumisu. Makena mina dumisu. Boy, dumisu. Makena mina dumisu. Woo! Ayikahleni madoda bese koshake hlokolo zinyoke emgodini sewona-ke basephepha ngifuna imali ephepha dala ngizabalaza inzima ledle mawukhuza umame isangoma sithi ubhuti bamfaka igorobela manje akujiki siyabangena futhi net-drip ngapha nesos phuma philo wenzani lo mina ngiphuma la phumila mina ngibunjwe ngegolide mina ngizophuma kuvali ngeke ngihluleka ngizami abangeke ngiyabangena nalelenga nalescoop siyalahlela kumanzi pha buy jabulika makena mina dumisu buy dumisu makena mina dumisu makena mina dumisu makena mina dumisu boy noma bafana dlula kwephili dlula ngololi plus nedlo silivumile namasango avulile ningabazamile shiya kumoshekile baningi kaphula into enoswiti nobisi molweni nami ngize ngebhegi ngisifunela uthi itombo wenu kude maniki asibambane la engomeni buy phuma philo wenzani lo mina ngiphuma la phumila mina ngibunjwe ngegolide mina ngizophuma kuvali ngeke ngizohluleka ngizami abangeke ngiyabangena nalelenga nalescoop siyalahlela kumanzi phansi buy jabulika makena mina dumisu makena mina dumisu makena mina dumi makena mina dumisu ayaya eshu ayaya eshu ayaya eshu ayaya eshu.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you to the program director. Appreciate the platform and thank you for making me a part of this here conversation. For those who don't know, my name is K.O. I'm a hip hop artist / entrepreneur / producer, music songwriter, and all that stuff. And recently now a fashion designer as well. As far as my participation in this conversation, I'm going to be touching on 3 points, that I've been asked to tackle. And I'm going to speak on the hip hop game beyond COVID. It's actually 4 points that I need to touch on. The next one is the new normal, commercializing on digital platforms. Third one is the importance of diversifying and creating multiple income streams. And the last one is sustaining yourself and lasting in the game. So without further ado, we're just gonna delve straight into it. So as far as, point 1, the hip hop game beyond COVID. Just from where I'm sitting at, just observing the entire landscape of hip hop as a whole, not only locally but internationally, I think where we are, it's really a rock and a hard place, purely because it means from here on, we don't only have to talk about the it's like frivolous stuff that we've always that have always been, the topic of conversation within hip hop. We need to go back into sort of kind of, rebuilding and educating people. Yes, fun is always going to be at the epicenter and going to be the backbone of this culture, but we also need to make sure that we inject some form of, education or a certain level of consciousness in just dealing with real life issues. Especially at this point where we are, a lot of people can't necessarily come out and just like talk about how rich and wealthy they are. Rich and wealthy they are, whereas we all know that like a lot of us have been pretty much caught with our pants down, so to speak, as far as our normal financial earnings. So, and that doesn't only apply to entertainers only, it also applies to just like the general consumer, because those are the people that keep us alive. So if they cannot relate to what we are talking about in the music, and we still want to talk about, pimps and hoes and all those kind of things, I think we are definitely going to shoot ourselves in the foot, because as it stands, hip hop, yes, it is still the leading genre globally, right? It's the new pop, it's the new rock and roll. But for it to really stay there, we're going to have to almost kind of do a 360, view and start being more conscious of our surrounding rather than just like speaking from a cocoon perspective. Because yes, some people might not have been necessarily, affected financially because of maybe other things that they have in place. But that is not the majority of, the human race, based on, the aftermath of the pandemic. So we need to really try and make sure that we appeal to those people as much as we can in our content, because I think that's how hip hop, emerged. That's how it managed to cut through. It was based on the can you just close that window? Sorry. It was because of the we were on the pulse, of what was going on within society, and making sure that, we speak to, our neighbors, the society as a whole, the trials and tribulations and everything that we go through. So we need to basically just go back to, the basics for us to continue sustaining the impact that we've always had on a global scale. And then if I bring it home specifically for SA hip hop, unfortunately, we are not the leading genre in South Africa, for instance, right? Amapiano and everything else seem to have taken the front seat for quite a bit now. And for us as the hip hop fraternity, it just almost kind of feels like we have lost touch with the people that are on the ground, because however you want to put it, we are highly dependent on the very people that are more kwaito, house, gqom, amapiano, gospel savvy, because hip hop as a whole, as in this country, cannot just survive solely off the hip hop consumer, because the hip hop consumer is still outnumbered by all the other genres. So for us to have a fair shot, to have the impact that we need to really tackle what we do with a more mainstream mentality than a niche mentality. Meaning, by virtue of you making music, gone are the days where we used to do this for fun and, you could just wake up and do whatever type of record that you want to do. But now it actually calls for us to be more savvy and be more business minded in what we do. We need to be conscious of the fact that once a song comes out, it's gonna be competing in, if your aim is for you to be in the top 10 or wherever you want to land, whether it's the streaming platforms or on radio, you need to be conscious of the fact that by virtue of you participating in the music industry, you are competing against Maphorisa, Gabs of the Small. You're competing against Black Coffee and all these other genres and, people that are like really killing it out there. So is your music compelling enough for non-hip hop people to pay attention to it? So it requires us to really sharpen our ear and our A&R skills. And unfortunately, how we all started off, we started this whole thing, in our bedrooms and all that stuff. But for us to really participate and, have a fair shot again, we need to have a checklist of all these things that are sort of kind of not necessarily a requirement, but it'll help you achieve the goal that you set out for yourself. If you want to have the number one record in the country, firstly, just the aesthetics of the song, just sonically, how is the song sounding? From an A&R perspective. And then you need to make sure that you tap into the right people who will help you, give you a 360 review of the potential of the song itself. With the records that you put together. Same goes for an album, and it's all dependent on your goal. If you're just putting out music for the sake of putting out music, and then cool, you don't have to concern yourself with, where you land on the charts. But if you want to have a fair shot again, I think it's important for us to really start investing in doing almost kind of, an overhaul in our model, how we do things, and do some research and making sure that you are the pulse of the culture. You know, you are consistent with what's going on right now, because if there's a hot Nasty C song, and then there's a hot Okay Malam Cool Cat song, and when they play in the club, where is your song landing? Are you able to, when the DJ plays the music, is your song able to gel nicely with those records in the club, you know, for people to dance? If you are making that type of music, that is, you know, is radio enticed enough for them to play your music at high rotation? You know, all these kind of things come into factor, and we all need to just be more versed in what we do. And I think, yeah, those are pretty much just the touch points as far as what I think we need to do for us to have, you know, more legs post the pandemic and everything else. Now, point number 2, the new normal, commercializing on digital platforms. Whether we like it or not, you know, we need to make sure that our music is streamable, that we have replay value, you know. So it starts, yes, of course, with the song and everything, but it's also how it's seeded on the digital platforms. As an artist these days, unfortunately, you know, yes, there's radio that plays a huge role. It's important for us, you know, you can't send a song to radio if it's not on the digital platforms, because they work, you know, hand in hand these days. When people hear a song on radio, they need to Shazam it for them to get it. You know, Shazam plays a huge role in people discovering music. So first of all, let's start by making sure that our music is available on all the digital platforms. Some people are big on Spotify. Some people are big on Apple Music, Deezer, Tidal. You know, it all depends on, you know, what people like or how they consume their music. So it's important for us to have presence on all those platforms, and for us to be, if Shazam is now a conduit, you know, for to draw people towards our music, then let's make sure that we are available in all the platforms as mentioned. Also, it's important for us to be more internet savvy, because, I mean, cool, before I get to that, these days you can't just release a song and just have it on the digital platforms as well. Now, by that I mean, there has to be some type of strategy. As an artist, you know, you can, for instance, with Apple Music, you know, in this country, the office is in Sandton, so you need to make time, you know, because unfortunately now, you can't just be an artist just to be an artist, unless if you have someone who's more business savvy around you, who a business manager who will do all these meetings and, you know, make all these moves and make sure that you are in the right places. So for instance, if you're a new artist, you can go to the Apple Music building over there in Sandton. You can Google the address and whatnot. Set up an appointment, go meet with the guys over there, and just for you to have presence, for instance, with the playlists that exist, you know, on the streaming platform. Because when your song comes out, you need to make sure that you are present on, you know, the specific playlist. If it's the hip hop playlist, for instance, you know, there's new music daily. There are all these different, you know, playlists that exist within Apple Music, that when your song comes out, you want to make sure that you are there for people who are constantly just searching for new stuff. You need to be eligible for discovery, so to speak. So people don't just discover a song just because it's on Apple Music. No one has the time to go and just search for things. So the playlists come in handy because they allow for people to stumble across your craft, and you can only grow from there, and obviously relationships are a huge factor as far as the streaming platforms are concerned. You need to make sure that you are you maintain that relationship the same way you do with a radio station and a compiler. Make sure that you do good by those guys at these streaming platforms, as mentioned. So it's your job to find out who are the relevant people that you need to speak to at all those places. And you can also put yourself in a position where, when, for instance, like there are these banners that they put up when an artist release, whether a project or an album, or whether there's an interview on Beats radio and all that stuff. So you need to put yourself in position for you to be able to be discovered there as well. Like the banners, when people are just like sliding, when you go through that slide every Friday, you see all kinds of artists, some people that you don't know, some people that you do know. So it all obviously works based on who hustles the hardest, and put yourself in position, to be part of those people, because now those are basically the new store plans. Remember back in the day when you go to Musica, there'd be like posters on the wall, and when casual, consumers come into the store, people might not really know about you, but because there's a poster on the wall, they might say, okay, cool, so who is this guy? And then they listen to your stuff, and then they like it, and then it turns into a sale. So the same way goes for the digital platforms as well. When people see your banner over there, for you to secure that spot, that's a big win. So if you can put yourself in position to get that, it'll work in your favor. And then the next point, the importance of diversifying and creating multiple streams of income. Dude, more so now than ever. I think if you need any proof that life is unpredictable, it's like literally like the writing is on the wall. We've seen it with this pandemic, where we all came into it, especially some of us have a good festive season, and then suddenly top of the year, everything just stops, like literally just stops. And now the money that you had, or that you had made, or whatever plans that you had made for yourself for, this year, unfortunately, all came to a halt. And now we need to survive literally off what we made in the previous season, which is almost kind of impossible. So what happens in a case like this in the future? We cannot be caught unprepared again. If something of this magnitude happens again, that affects our, overall, revenue. So, like a person like myself, I'm fortunate enough to have certain things that are at play. Like I mentioned, I have the entrepreneurial side of what I do as KO. I have the record label. I also have the clothing range. By the way, my clothing range is called Sekanda World, and it's available at Studio 88 across the country, selected outlets. So if we talk about diversifying, that is that's part of my efforts, making sure that I'm doing that. And outside of that, I also, have managed to garner great relationships with some corporates. I have, something that I do with Capitec, for instance, that has kept the lights on during the lockdown and during the pandemic. I also have a deal with Essex, the sports brand. So there's things that I'm doing, and then obviously it just doesn't end there. It can go on, but I don't want to turn this into, a KO moment. But I just want to encourage people to really activate their entrepreneurial side. Rapping just for a living is not the only thing that one needs to do. You can also do other things outside of that. You can, if you have good relationships in government, some people are tenderpreneurs, why not? While you are doing your music thing, you can also do that on the side. Some people are into mining, some people are into construction and all those kind of things. So now is the time for us to really understand the fact that it is crucial for us to activate everything else that is outside of just music. It's important so that we don't get affected when things of this nature actually, play out again. Property and all those things, especially now. The interest rates are so low. So if you get in there and purchase property and invest in that, you can either get yourself fixed interest rates and just continue try and settle that as quick as you can. And that's a good investment, if you want to play in that space. So to me, just off the top, those are some of the things that come to mind. But yes, it is ultimately crucial by all means for us to create multiple streams of income. Then the last point, which is now sustaining yourself and lasting in the game. I think, someone like myself, I've been fortunate enough to sort of kind of do this in a way that has given me life in this space for close to 15 years now. And the reason for that, I think maybe it just starts with the fact that coming into the game, I came in here not for me to be a famous guy. I came in because I solely just was a fan of music, I was a fan of the culture, and each and every year I learn from and I observe and I study what goes on in hip hop, So it's very important for us to make sure that we do that, because you don't ever stop learning, and a lot of people come into hip hop or actually music as a whole, they come into music and just because you have a high moment, you're at your peak, you decide to pretty much be oblivious to everything else that is playing out around you, because you're just thinking you are the end and be all. And, life will humble you. That's what we've seen over the years. And it's important for us to be conscious of what goes on, and you need to be able to see certain things before you need to know what's ahead of the curve before everyone else. If there's now a new sound that is coming, you need to start tapping into that way ahead of everyone else, and even if you might be a late boomer in being proactive, it's crucial for you to, when that happens, when you finally tap into the pulse of whatever that might be happening at that time, you need to do it in a way that still reflects your originality, like the core of your core self, so that you don't necessarily lose the fans that you always have, but you're evolving with them. I'm a mature artist. I've been in the game for this long, and I've probably over the years, I've found myself fortunate enough to always have some type of element that resonates with the younger generation, because every year, especially in hip hop, right? Unfortunately, they say hip hop is a young man's sport. So for you to be able to sustain yourself in such a fickle environment, you also need to make sure that you cater to the new guy that's coming in, the new fan that just stumbled across hip hop, because the people that you came out with, like I'm talking about 15 years later, I know for a fact that people that I started off with are people like who have now families, people who are into other things in their lives, and they haven't been to my shows maybe even in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? And rightfully so. The people that have kept me alive are, young people and people that are always coming in, and also the casual fans. So make sure that you keep it fresh all the time, and you make the music and you sound sonically relevant to whatever's going on. I think in 2020, if you're just gonna flat out make a Kwaito song where Kwaito is not really the hard thing right now, I think you're pretty much gonna land in no man's land. So try to figure out what is happening right now. If Amapiano is happening, yes, I'm not saying just go out and straight out like now make an Amapiano song, but find something that is almost kind of borrowing elements from whatever that is happening. If gospel is happening, I mean, look at, for instance, Juke Juke, for instance, right? Like he made a remix his song, and it just like came in and it fitted nicely into whatever that is going on. And regardless of whether the core hip hop fan is appreciating that, but what's keeping him alive is the casual fan. Everyone else, I mean, gospel music, for instance, is very universal. So people are resonating with that. I think also Casper Nyovest with this new record that he put out with Zola, it's also sort of kind of, playing out the same way. So we always just need to make sure, again, just to keep it fresh and tap into other things and continue growing and evolving. Don't ever be too cocky or arrogant to say, no, I'm not gonna do X, Y, Z because I'm not that guy. I'm gonna do what I did 10 years ago because that made me who I am. You can't really be moving that way. I study people like Jay-Z, I study people like Drake, who till this day are still, pretty much very pertinent, particularly Drake, who at one point you saw him, tapping into Afro beats. You saw him tapping into what was going on with, the whole Young Money, Lil Wayne movement. And then he became an artist of his own, and, he became successful. So make sure that you keep it fresh and adapt to new trends. That's all I have to say.
Chesa Washa Baba Saba well Itos Africano Shona Patimota Ampete Luto Gihamba Gechumanji Gishonga Ndebe Gistude Slupayo Ampete Luto Gihamba Gechumanji Gishonga Ndebe Gistude Slupayo Keti Chesa 2 fingers Happy days Saswima Umgangabanilo Uyanglinga Vele zomqonda ngo zomnika Keti 2 fingers Happy days Saswima Umgangabanilo Uyanglinga Vele zomqonda ngo zomnika Akisha malaiti ingane zizenze
angithi phansi umnandi kasibhengele
kumazindaba
umaka kasixolele
asolala kusasa chila sipole
atima malaiti ingane zizenze
angithi phansi
umnandi kasibhengele
kunjalo indaba
umaka kasixolele
asolala kusasa
chila sipole
Keti 2 fingers Happy days Saswima Umngani kabanilo Uyanglinga Vele zomqonda ngo zomnika Kitty Kate, 2 fingers, happy days. Saswima, umngani kabanilo yakulinga. Vele somqonda ngo, somnika. Asa. Let's go. Kitty Cage, 2 fingers, happy days. Siyaswima, umngani kabanilo yakulinga. Vele somqonda ngo, zomenzani? Cheers, Kitty Cage, 2 fingers, happy days. Siyaswima, umngani kabanilo yakulinga. Vele somqonda ngo, somnika. Asahabo naman, asahalo naman, asahabo naman.
We're still out here at Nutting House in the city of Mbombela. It's the Music Creatives Workshop, and it's all about developing the young African child to grow and become the best they can be within the creative space. It is a space for us as Africans that many parents have been really shaky about accepting their kids to be moving into. But over the years, we have seen that it is also a space where a lot of people have been able to make a living and really thrive. We've begun to become a really serious exporting country of talent. Your Black Coffee, case in point, Trevor Noah's, and many others. But also, as I said in the beginning, has been that there's just been a leakage of the pipe along the way. Because as a province, we have always been exporting great talent. I've mentioned the likes of Ubabu Hugh Masigela, Lucky Dube, Rebecca Malupi, Stimela. Should I continue? So something along the line went wrong. That is the purpose of the Music Creative Workshop. Right now, what we want to step into, we need to bring the people who pay the money to the artists. That is promoters, venue owners, the people who book the musicians. And with me here, I've got Harris Zwane, who is a promoter in the city of Mbombela, also owns an establishment that artists go to perform. He books artists, he books local ones, he books national ones and international ones. Well, he came with his friend, whom South Africa has grown fond of, Mr. Demi Demi, Mr. Tough Times Never Last. Yeah, that's him. In case you are wondering who it is, that's who he is. And we also got Kabelo Matsane, who is also a promoter, owns a festival within the city of Mbombela called the Music Garden. He focuses on local artists who may not necessarily have big names, but who have the talent. The question we are addressing is the issue of markets, access to markets. These are the people who own the market because they are the ones who have the establishments. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
What are you looking at when you sit down with your teams and say, we need to create a lineup? We have an event, we have a date, we have resources, we have a marketing budget. The most important person is who will be performing on the day. Starting with you, Kabelo, what do you go into and say, we're looking at this, and how do you choose the artist?
Well, Kabelo Matsane, just to introduce myself again, Music Garden co-founder and co-founder of Mpuyami Records. So what we look into is mostly effort. how much effort the artist puts into his bio. I mean, you'll find artists that will give you a presentation, a bio, and these pictures moving in the bio, you know? And when you actually dig into who the artist is, you find that the artist is not so good. But then you'll find a good artist who doesn't put effort into his bio, and who tries to go into, who tries to make sure that we booked at Music Garden, only to find that the artists who aren't really the artists who are putting more effort, actually. I'm trying to catch my trail of thought.
Yes, yeah.
The artists who put more effort are actually the artists you want to see on your stage. So effort means investing in your craft. Effort means investing in your team. Because most of the times artists go into artistry for the sake of being popular. You know, they don't have a good why, a good reason why they want to be artists. You know? It's usually popularity, it's usually girls, it's usually because they saw another artist. So the bio, the effort that you see in the bio sort of makes you realize the longevity that exists in an artist. So most artists, you'll find an artist is a waiter. When you start interviewing the artist, he's a waiter. But in as far as his craft, he'll put in 10,000 into his craft every month. Then you find an artist who works at a government complex and gets paid 50,000, 40,000 a month. And the effort they put in is very
less.
So you start gauging the why and the reasons why somebody's going to something, and that's what we look at. And most of the time, when you see effort, you also see following. Because as a promoter, you want to add value into your event. Obviously, we're investing money into the event and we want to break even or possibly make a profit. So an artist who puts effort into his craft usually goes big and goes deep into their social media, make sure that they investigate how to grow their social media platforms. Sometimes artists have gone as far as hiring PR managers, somebody with the qualification, even if they don't pay them what they deserve, but they try to go as far as saying, I've got a PR manager, this PR manager has a qualification and is a beneficiary in my company or my entity. So the effort you see, I mean, in Mpumalanga, I've seen so many artists grow from effort, and you can see an artist just from the effort you see them put into their bio. You can already determine where they'll be 5 years from now. For me, that's what I.
Harris, what are you looking at?
First thing, let me just also introduce myself. Harris Zwane from News Cafe, as Pixel said. Look, for me, we look at numbers. I'll be straightforward. For me, it's all. I'm not gonna even want to break even. For me, it's all about profit. So I'll look at first thing. I'll look at what numbers are you gonna bring in, and what type of numbers are you bringing in. And it's not all about just numbers of a crowd that you are bringing in. It's about what type of crowd are you drawing to the business. Because I need spending crowd. I don't need standing crowd. We are an establishment where we need to take care of a lot of expenses. And mind you, having you, we need to see the value from you being added on to the business as well. It must be worth a while having the artist into the establishment so that we will know that the artist is gaining something from us, we are gaining something from them. So most of all, we will check your social media, which is number one, your Facebook, your Instagram, and we will look who are the people that come when you are going to a certain area and going to play. And that also, it's all about your association with who are the people you associate yourself with as a brand. If you are around, are the people that you market yourself towards when you want to grow yourself around this thing. Because I will make an example of few artists that I've known and that I've seen them working around, like the likes of Trevor D. Trevor D associated himself with the old, matured guys that are staying around town. And then whenever he plays, 4 or 5 of them will come. And those people will come and be at their own table and pay.
And they're spending for you.
And they spend. That's what you want. You don't want someone that goes and associate. You can't be in this craft of industry and still associate yourself with the corner guy that's always in the corner that will come and just say, hey, that's my friend. No, we don't need something like that.
We're shy.
Yeah, hey, we're shy now. We do want else, but then at some point you need to also think which direction are you growing your career to. So we look at the numbers that you're going to bring into the business.
Now, what I'm hearing from the two of you is both of you are in business.
Yes.
Your business models are different.
Yes.
At the same time, I want to believe that within the core of your business, there is a sense of development. You demand quality, you demand value, but you also have a sense of development. What is that for you?
In terms of
our audience, as we are speaking right now, is that aspiring artist who is hoping to have a place, either in your event or in your establishment. In the boardroom, as you sit down and think of value, how much of we need to develop, we need to support, do you have, and what are your plans around that?
I would say it's actually a 70% we're more on the development side. Because as an establishment, we just bring one or two artists that are well known. But most of the time, the artists that are residents, it's local people who are already given a platform to play at a bigger stage, like our business, where you find it's a national business where you find people from outside coming to the place and then having drinks, and they're booking them from their other places where they can call them, come, we have a wedding, we want you to come sing at our wedding, come, we have a party, we want you to come play at our party. So in terms of development, I would say our establishment will focus more on development. Because, mind you, the business wouldn't survive without development of artists. Because the core of the business surviving is surviving because of the development artists. The development artists, we need them. They don't need us, we need them. So they don't need us, but we don't need someone that's actually not putting an effort, as Kabel was saying. We need someone that's putting an effort in terms of their craft. So whenever they are there, so that the customer that's there to feel the quality of the music or the DJing or whatever poem, whatever they're gonna be doing. We, as a business, we are actually sustained by developing artists. So we can never give credit to the artists that we are booking them with a lot of money from outside. It's because vis-a-vis on the reality, the money we pay the development artists and the money we pay the international artists, it's different. So if you make more while you are having your development artists, that will somehow grow one day and make the same money. But then, as a business, remember, it's all about profit. So you tend to be gaining more with your development artists than the developed artist. So we focus more on the development artist. So our focus is on the development artist. It's not always about us calling the developed artist, because calling the developed artist, it's costing us.
What's your take there?
I think, on our side, we are 100%, if not 110%. I'm very emotional about this local artist thing. If not 110% into development. The artists that Harris was dropping now, the Clever D's, I mean, there's so many artists. There's always the Sergio Taylors, the Russians, the Zofugazis. I have pictures of them on the Music Garden stage when they were still in Mpunga.
Yeah, Wabad.
When they were still in Mpunga. And I believe what our brand has tried to do is focus 100% on developing those artists so that they can be booked by Harris can be confident to say, no, if Harris was at Music Garden and they had 7,000 people there, Trevor D can actually bring people here. And I will pay Trevor D that money. Whereas most of these local artists used to play for free before, you know. But their brands have been, even if it's 10% of the role which Mpumalanga with a Music Garden has played, you know. We believe that's what our focus, that's what our purpose, that's our why, what is development. And secondly, because obviously our end goal is the recording label. As I told you, Mpuyami is a recording label which is within our 10-year plan as a brand. In our 10-year plan, we want to get these artists to a caliber where we can actually sell them. So Music Garden would be a development capsule to actually get to a point where you can say, okay, now I have a Trevor D, I can actually do a compilation album for Trevor D and fund it and then make the profit. So we are 100%.
You are more long-term.
Long-term and 100% focused on development.
What do you have to say with regards to artists dabbling with becoming bosses? When I say that, I am talking about artists creating their own brands of events. What's your take on that, and do you recommend it? Do you discourage it? What's your place in that?
I 100% recommend it. I love it when a lot of other events are popping up in Knoxville. But one thing I've learned, which I try to encourage in most event organizers, which I learned the hard way. You know, it's you gotta put effort. There has to be an investment into what you are doing. You have to, for instance, when we started Music Gardens, families, friends, you know, but you have to get to a point where you say, okay, I want to invest in a PR manager. I want to invest in a proper graphic designer, a videographer, all of those things. It's all a risk and money you are putting in. You have to put the effort into it. Because artists, because I've seen a lot of artists go into events. Artists, you know, I'm also an artist actually. My inspiration from starting Music Garden was from the fact that I was an artist wanting to be booked, and we created our own event. But artists think music. The theme of creatives this year is Be the Music. That's what artists are. They think music. But behind music, there's a lot of education. So, I mean, my son wants to be an artist, for example. He always tells me he'll never give up on his dream and focus on school. But I actually try to make him understand that behind all these successful musicians who might have dropped out of school, all these business people who might have dropped out of school, is actually educated people. So if you want to step into a space of saying now you're running a business as an artist, you're going into promotions, you have to, if you want longevity, you would have to make sure you surround yourself by people who are educated and people who can actually dig deep into the foundations of your entity.
Your take, Harris, on that?
I'll give it to Demi Demi.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Demi Demi.
Sure.
I'm an artist, I'm a motivational speaker. So what I would like to say, as an artist, you need to identify yourself, because music is not about releasing the album. You check so many things, your behavior, your response, your engagement. Because if I can say, the audio, the people in News Cafe, the crowd, it won't be the same with people in the tavern in Pinari or people in Chisanya or in 013. You find different level of people. There are people that are mature, they just want the artists that know your story. There are people that they want somebody who can make the beat and dance. So as an artist, it's not about releasing the song, then you sit back. On social media, engage with people. There are artists, if you can see, he's got the song has been there for 6 months. But if you check on social media, even if he posts only 2 likes, but you expect a big brand like News Cafe to bring you and pay you 15,000, the competition is tight. As an artist, you must know the competition is tight. Maporisa is there, Kabza is there, you name them.
Fighting for the same power.
You understand? And now they are complaining that News Cafe does not hire us to come and perform. Why they can't ask why Josie, they can't hire them to go in there, because it's vice versa. The talent is within us here. So I think they need to be serious and take themselves seriously. Because if you can check their behavior, there are artists that I meet, I can see, okay, their song is nice, but you can see the behavior is vice versa. That behavior is denting the brand. That's why I always say, a diamond is a chuck of a code that did well under pressure. You can't expect things to come easy. You need to go through rough things so that you can be identified. So it's fair as an artist, stop complaining, push. The world is your stage. We were watching. When I start the video of Tough Time, people, they were criticizing, they were talking this and this and this. Today, that video is 1.5 million views.
Views
on YouTube. Big brand like Savannah, they come, they tell me, you want your services. That's I won't mention. They come, they want the service. It's because I don't complain, I keep on pushing. Even if they criticize, I keep on pushing. So I advise them, they must keep on pushing. Complaining won't work.
Keep on pushing.
Coming on to the artist, checking onto the business side of making events. I want to differ. I don't think it's wiser for one to juggle a lot of things. I think one must just focus on. Focus is very important. Focus on what you're good at, because you might even find yourself now you're missing the point. Because missing the point, then you might find yourself out of the game. Because you must understand that in all the angles, music industry is big. It's not just about singing, as we're saying. There are people who are the promoters, and there are people who are the ones that are event organizers. There are people that are doing the PR, and there are people that are already doing photograph. There's a lot. There are people who are doing,
a value chain.
It's very big. So you can't be a master of all. You need to identify one thing and work on it and keep on pushing on it. Because if you're going to be going for the business side and then now you fail, you find yourself that now you were my competition on the last event that you were doing. I was having someone in my establishment, you were doing an event elsewhere. Now you come back to me and say, hey, Zwane, can I come and play next week? I'm like, yeah, I'll call you. Yeah, you don't know that you already in competition with me, but I'm aware that you're in competition with me. You thought you were just doing an event for yourself to make yourself feel good. Then your event never paid you. Now you need something that can pay you the following week. And this establishment was the one that was calling you. Now you're going to have a problem of being, I'm just stating reality because it happens like that. Yeah. Then now you come back to me and say, hey, call me, I want to come. And you already know that you were doing your event, that disturbed my event the previous week. So do you think you're going to ever come back and then be at my stage? No. And then
So
now,
what you are saying, there are politics in the business.
hence they said business is business. It's not personal. Yes. It's not personal, it's business.
It's competition.
It's competition. So if you are out, you are out. So you must be careful which angle are you trading on. So if you are trading on making events, focus on making events and keep it that way. Don't go now if you're an artist because you had few songs out there and then you got 2 followers and then you think you can do it. And then you won't do it because you don't have the experience of how to do it. You might have seen the stage being set up there. It's not about the stage being set up there. You can have all the sounds and all the CDJs that you may need to put to set up for an event. But you'll find yourself, you're going to be with your friends, your cousin, and they're going to tell you, hey, we are rushing. We need to go.
We need to go to News Cafe.
But I'd also like to add on to what he's saying, and what he's saying is valid. But you see, in a place like Mpumalanga, I'll narrow it down to Mbombela because that's where we both our businesses run in Mbombela. I feel like there's so much untapped market in as far as the type of events you can have, because an artist would want to make an event to express himself, and he would know that there are certain people who would like to listen to the music at this event, which I would like. But he won't necessarily find that at Music Garden or at
News Cafe or anywhere else.
Or anywhere else within the Mpumalanga Mbombela space. So I encourage artists to do that just so we can stretch this market. You know, I have an abundance mentality in as far as the opportunities and the type of, there's so many type of events and so much of the market in Mpumalanga, in Mbombela, is not catered for when it comes to events. I can come up with 10 other different events, different to what Music Garden is, and I promise you there'll be a market. But because I can't do all 10, there must be somebody.
Someone
who's
else who
encouraged
comes in
to
and
it.
steps into the
Deep
space.
house movement. There's a deep hip hop. There's a deep hip hop culture in Bombela, which it hasn't been tapped into. There's a 90s market, 90s deep house, 90s market. It hasn't been tapped into. There's a soulful house, deep house movement in Nelspruit that hasn't been tapped into. There's a reggae market in Nelspruit. Even if it's just 200 people coming to your establishment every week, it hasn't been tapped into. And the only people that I believe can actually dig deep enough to establish those markets is the artists themselves, who understand.
Because they are the ones who wants to perform.
Exactly.
And Harris wants
book
the
a
piano.
reggae, won't book a reggae
And when are you want to be performing reggae at 12 midnight? So then, in that case, do you then understand the place and the space of artists coming in with their own thing? Having your establishment has a genre of type that is played there. Here he comes with his deep hip hop, and he wants to be Nostradamus there.
No one in News Cafe will understand that.
It's 12 midnight. What do you say then?
Can I add on that? A leadership is a capacity that transforms the vision into the reality. These people, they've got the vision. I want to see News Cafe in 10 years to be in this. So the artists, they need to understand that. You cannot see that you have a vision of you want to make a News Cafe to be one of the best in the continent. Then you take the artist that is a joke. Some other artists are jokes. You can even see the way they behave in the street. So that's why I'm saying a leadership, it's a capacity that transforms a vision into reality. These people, they've got vision. It's not about money, they've got vision. This is a legacy. They've got kids, the coming generation need to benefit. They are not playing here. This is not a game. As an artist, we need to be serious.
Lovely. Gentlemen, I have to bring it to a close there. Last words. What do you leave our audience of creatives with? A take home. Umpago.
First thing that they say, art is it's diversity. It's a lot of things in art. It's different. So with what I've seen and what I've noticed, all what the creatives that we are all talking into now, they all want to do what hip hop. Yeah, all of them they want to rap. All of them they want to do one genre. I'm not saying it's wrong. They like it, they love it, but then all of them want to be DJs. But it's art. Come up with something different. Okay, be the DJ. We had one of the best DJ at News Cafe, may his soul rest in peace, Dance Floor. He was one of a kind. He was a DJ that puts music and go dance. And that was his unique style. And that's art alone. That makes him different. And yet, you don't want someone that's going to come and do the same thing that the other ones has already done. So you need people that are going to come and make a difference. So what I'm trying to say is that don't do one and the same thing. Don't come be a copy of somebody. Don't come and be a copy of this person. Just do something different around your music. Even if when you are DJing, the way your selections are different. You can play the same music, but the selection may be different. So your selection should be one of the kind. It shouldn't be the same. As Black Coffee today, still Black Coffee, no one select like he does. It's his own way. You can't select like the way she selects, the way you select when you play. It's your own way. People must learn to do their own thing, not be a copy of one other person.
Demi?
What I can add is they must not give up. Don't compete with yourself. Because the change starts with the man in the mirror. Does not mean if Maporisa did Mapiano, you need to be an artist and do Mapiano. It's copy and paste. Come with something that have that density. So that even News Cafe, when they listen to that song, they say, man, this one is special.
David is deep, bro. There's clarity there. Sometimes never last, Baba. KB?
You know, I'd like to take from what Demi was saying, to say, diamonds are built under pressure, and you need to have effort. There needs to be some sort of effort. There needs to be some sort of struggle. You need to be uncomfortable. If you want to grow, and you must invest. In a team. That's one thing which I learned this year is that, this thing of hiring people because they look nice or they talk nice. You need to have a team, and you need to actually find people you can pay. And who actually are professionals, are qualified to do this thing.
Capable.
If you can't afford them, find people who can believe in your dream, who do have those qualifications, and who can back you up. People that can say no to you. I've had 5 years of music on my own ideas, and my team around me, because I'm the oldest in the team, whatever I say goes. And I've made a lot of mistakes because of that. But I need people I can trust, and when they say no, I can listen to them. So artists need to. The songs you make won't always be nice. You need to have somebody that will be honest with you to say, no, that song, no, it's not going to work.
It's nonsense, that one.
No, it's crap. Yeah. And there's a lot of crap.
Yes.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of crap that we are guys listening to, that they've sent to the radios. A lot of crap. You can't go to that back room of yours and then sit with one computer and then make a copy of a CD and think now you're an artist. And then there's a lot of crap that is being played around there. We need to tell it to our friends and our youth, our brothers, our sisters out there. Stop being lazy.
That's where.
Yeah, stop being lazy. Stop focusing on one thing. Be creative. There's a lot of things that you can do around music industry. Stop singing if you can't sing. Stop dancing if you can't dance.
Yeah.
Because this thing
you know you can't do it.
You know you can't do. You know very well. You know. Stop doing that. Stop hurting yourself. You're really hurting yourself. It's not fair.
Find your niche.
Find something. That's why you'll find people now toy for no reason. You understand? Look, let's stop entitling ourselves into the government. The government is there to govern us, not to feed us. We are all here to make an effort in whatever we want to do. And the government can only do so much, not everything. And look, this government is not meant for a certain type of group of people. It's meant for everyone that lives in South Africa. So it doesn't matter if the opportunity hasn't arrived in your doorstep. It doesn't mean it's not coming. Or it means that you are not actually tapping to the right direction where those things are. And then let's not entitle ourselves into things that we are not even given, and then we think they belong to us. Who told you that if there's an event of Mpumalanga, then now that event belongs to a Mpumalanga person? Who said that? Who came up with that? Who said an event of Gauteng belongs to someone that is from Gauteng? That's a hate speech. It's a hate speech on its own. We are hating one another. We don't know that we are trying to create something that now people from Mpumalanga can't come to Joburg. Now we're going to create that border to say, you can't come to Joburg. Where is the best equipment to record? Where is it? None of Mbombela, there's no one that has the best equipment of studio here. All the studios are where are the studios? Who are the artists that's supposed to master your music? Which companies, where are the offices of music, what? Are they in Joburg? And then they tell you no artist that comes from Mpumalanga can come and record in those studios.
It's game over.
It's game over for all these artists that are saying Mpumalanga for who? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, guys, let's think first. Let's not, yes, Mpumalanga is for us. But let's think first before we try and destroy what they're trying to create for us. You know what, if you want to do best in business, the best thing that they can do for you is to bring you around people that are doing well in business. If they can put you around Bill Gates, definitely there's something that's going to come up with. So they cannot come and go and give you Harris and they say, Biggsy, here's Harris is going to teach you business. Harris is new into this thing. But mind you, be around Bill Gates, there's something that you're going to come and take. Be around Peterson Motsepe, or they say in the room, they bring you Peterson Motsepe, they bring you Robert Gumede, they bring you Bill Gates, they bring you whoever other big business people, and they say, this week you're gonna spend the week with these guys. Trust me, the mindset
coming
that
out of
the
something.
mindset that you're gonna be having coming out from that, it's gonna be different. Of which now, what we are doing with this, what's happening with the events, we are using those guys from outside to market the province. They are using the guys to put out the province. That in Mpumalanga, there's a place called Nkomazi. Go there and perform. And then once they expose that to the nation, now an artist from Nkomazi can say, I'm an artist from Nkomazi. And they can perform in a bigger stage. You cannot be something big without being around people who are big. So bringing the big artists around the developing artists, it means now you need to grow. Wish to be there in the stage one day if you are in the crowd. Wish to be there and make a way to be there. Don't hate and don't be lazy. Because most of what they are doing, they record crap music. All of them, they record crap music and then they...
So that was Harris Demitemi and KB, the Music Creatives Workshop. And we're hoping that everybody is gaining something from this. We're not done. We've got a little bit more to close with. So stay with us. My name is The Big Zillionaire. It's been quite a very productive day that we've been doing here at the Music Creatives Workshop. We're still at Notting House, but we are talking to contributors across the country. Our creatives are at the Mbombela Stadium, and right now, I want us to talk to two gentlemen that come in very handy with the amount of experience, the amount of knowledge and know-how that they've got to share with us. First up, I introduce to you Master G, Rotman, DJ Kanyane. Welcome to the Music Creatives Workshop once again, Rotman. You've been with us since the inception. What is your interest in the creatives of Mpumalanga? What brings you so much to us?
The most important one, Wanazili, it's the discovery of talent. For me, that one is very important, to discover talent and also, create a platform for the very same talent. Yes. So that is what is important. And the second one, obviously, is influencers and guys like yourself. We understand that. So I think if you have noticed, I like working with new talent. I like unearthing talent. I like discovering talent. And also try and help that talent, make it in the industry. So those are some of the things, that actually influence me, to be part of this project almost every year.
Lovely stuff. Alongside Master G, we also got Busani Matsebula, who is very instrumental when it comes to breaking out to the international market. He is part of the Let's Go Zanzibar, an event that DJ Zoe, the founder of the Music Creative Workshop, has been able and really grateful to be part of. Welcome to the Music Creative Workshop, Busani.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'm grateful to the organizers and everyone for having me to be part of this panel.
Now, I would like us to begin our conversation, starting with yourself, Master G. There is the issue of collaborations. How important are collaborations for creatives?
I think first of all, we need to define music collaborations. What is music collaborations and what music collaboration is all about? Music collaboration is two or more, creatives coming together to produce a musical project. It can either be singers, songwriters, lyricists, producers, etc., etc. What I would like to highlight is the importance of collaborations, because you can't just do collaborations. You understand? Yeah, you need to have a common goal when it comes to collaborations. Okay, so what collaboration does is it helps develop your musical knowledge, as an artist or a creative, and secondly, it expands your fan base. For example, you have a DJ Kanyane who is a bit old school. We understand that, he's not yet into that digital stuff. He's not that active into social media. And you've got Zil, who's more active into, digital media. And then he's got such a huge following, such a big following. And when you look at DJ Kanyan, because DJ Kanyan doesn't have that big following, and especially with social media. So what happens is when you guys come together, on a collaboration, you as DJ Kanyana with that minimal fan base, you are able to tap into DJ Zil's following. You understand? Let's say someone is a staunch supporter of DJ Zil, for example, and they never think of anyone else but DJ Zil. But now DJ Zil is doing something with DJ Kanyane. Now they get to know who DJ Kanyane is. So in a way, yes. So in a way, now you're also tapping into into Zil's huge following. So now they know, oh, there's DJ Kanyane. You understand? And vice versa. Even those people that support Kanyane, now they know, okay, there's Zil. You understand? So that's what I'm talking about when I say it expands your fan base. And then the third one is it boosts your exposure as an artist. And then the fourth one, it opens more opportunities. You understand? You get more opportunities, doing collaboration with different artists. And then it advances your career in music industry. Now, as creatives, we've got different ways of doing stuff. My approach in terms of music production is I always make sure whatever we produce has got that musical element. It has got that good songwriting, and I always identify very good vocalists. It doesn't matter how big those vocalists are. For me, it's more about talent. It's more about someone who can sing, even if, but it's DJ Zil, it's fine. As long as DJ Zil can sing, that is what I'm looking for. You understand? And then, yes. And then another thing that I was asked with I talk about, I'm sorry, Shay, understand? Yes. She said the future of music industry post the world's pandemic and new normal. Yes. You understand? I think we can all agree with him. The global pandemic, which is COVID-19, has affected us a lot. And I personally feel with him, it has hit us most in the entertainment industry. You understand that? And then you look at some of us, if not all of us, we generate most of our income from our live shows. You understand? So because of the lockdown and the lockdown regulations, our public performances, special gatherings were banned. You understand? Which simply means we're not going to have any live shows. So that in a way it affected us. But obviously the industry never took that line. They also came up with other means of surviving, other means of monetizing the music industry. We understand that. So you saw the birth of lockdown parties, and some people will also do like some visual shows, and they were so successful, so that is how we were able to survive, some of us. You understand them. Even though we took a knock, and we also see the government also coming in, to assist those people that have been badly hit by this pandemic. So for me, it had some positives and it also had some negatives. You understand? So we were able to get out of our comfort zones because of the challenge, global pandemic. You understand? And it actually gave us enough time to spend in studio, you know, and
create more music.
We became more creative. Yes, we became more creative because there was nothing more to do besides going to the studio and say ideas with the guys and all those things. But obviously following those lockdown regulations. And another thing, I think now maybe Zil, you also want to know is, in fact, everyone wanted to know with him. We spoke about the Creatives album. You understand?
Now, I need to hold you there just for a moment. Hold that one. Lapho ngiyazi ukuthi ufifini kwemkhuleli bambe kanjalo Khulumani. Busani, I need to bring you into this conversation as well.
Yes.
Let's Go Zanzibar. It's an international brand of an event. Now,
yes,
we are still within this lockdown situation. COVID-19, we are told, is not yet over. And artists are creating music they want to go and perform. And knowing that there is a music creative workshop that is connected to such an awesome international event, what should we look forward to in terms of maneuvering around regulations, safety, and health when it comes to this situation?
I'm actually based in Tanzania myself. So the way COVID is affecting different countries is actually not the same completely. The way it is here in Tanzania, everything is just like back to normal. We are obviously taking all precautions. They take them in airports and everything. But what we have already arranged in terms of, we don't want to allow COVID to let us, to make us still keep up and just assume that now we cannot do any more export and import of talent, music and arts between countries because of COVID. We cannot do that. We have to find workarounds and to adopt. We have to adopt into the ways that most countries are actually requiring from travel agents like us and airlines and everything. So we have put all the necessary things in place in terms of assisting people who want to go to Zanzibar, because we specialize in Southern Africa. So we know all the requirements that are needed in Zanzibar. We know all the contacts for helping people to do COVID tests if they want. We follow all the regulations. The hotels are also very much assisting and following the regulations, but things have not been closed down. So precautions are in place, and we will continue. We're planning on going hard next year, obviously, when they open up flights and everything. Although now flights are open to Zanzibar, hotels are all open, but most people, like in South Africa, they haven't really got into the idea of travel again, because we just came out of this kind of fright of COVID. But we have all the regulations in place to assist people, and we are not giving up. We will continue, just as we have always been doing.
Lovely stuff. Now, there is a creative, a musician, a DJ watching and listening in to us right now, and they're saying to themselves, hey man, this might be my plug to be penetrating the continental space within our own continent, within Africa. Case in point, Zanzibar. How keen are you in exporting Mpumalanga talent to Zanzibar, and how can they get to participate in that?
Well, we have done this before. In last year, we actually took a number of artists, and all of them from Mpumalanga to Zanzibar with the assistance of DJs Zoe and Red Max, of course, when we started working together. And what we experienced from that is the kind of energy and dedication that most of the artists have made us to realize that we need to do more, we need to do bigger. Because the first event that we did was it was just a general event. We were introducing the music, arts and cultural exchange between South Africa, Swaziland, and Tanzania. We had 5 artists from Swaziland. We had 8 artists from South Africa to the domestic, and we had 5 artists from Tanzania as well. And out of those artists, I do believe some of them have actually come up with some new music already. And we are very much excited to working with them again. There is a lot of in the list that the director of Rhythms has shared with us that people are looking forward to this. We are planning on also starting to get more artists involved. You know, when they come here, we want them to meet up and interact with artists from here. We want them to one day have a song of Tanzania, Swahili, and South African languages. You know, we really are pushing for the collaborations, but the only way we can do it is by bringing these artists together. So we are starting by doing it with the Zanzibar, by bringing the artists over here. And we are definitely looking forward to working with the Mpumalanga artists. We hope the ones that will come next year have got the same energy that the ones that were here last year have. The only way to get involved is to continue working with the creative workshop and Rhythms. They do a lot of promoting artists from different countries, regions in South Africa. So we cannot target artists individually. Imagine how many more we would have on our hands and can't actually handle. Right. So we allow that to be handled by Rhythms, which I believe works with different already organizations and government that has helped us in making sure that we continue to import and export artists.
Super stuff. That sounds like really interesting and exciting news. Master G, you also got some interesting news, God, for all our creatives in the province. Keep it going, let the people know what's going on. What's next?
That's a good one. The Music Creatives Workshop album. Look, the last time I released my album was in 2017 in November. That was Ganyanis Groove 10, you know. And I made a promise, and I'm still sticking to one. Good team. Whatever talent that we discover good this Music Creatives Workshop, you know, I'm going to feature on my album. But the challenge was I've never released an album since then till now. Do you understand? Yeah. So what I did, realizing with the so what I did was I proposed something to Uzo, which, you know what, how about we select all these winners throughout the years and we release a compilation album. Do you understand? So what we do is from those artists, vocalists that we discovered since day one, you know, we choose Sitata Bona Bonke, and then we produce the stuff for each and every one of them according to their choice. You know, some are into hip hop, some are into Afro house, Afro pop, etc., etc. Do you understand? So how about we identify which genres are they much more comfortable with? Do you understand? And we produce. We understand that for each and every one of them. And obviously, we are going to assist them with writing. You understand? So what is going to happen is we're going to send them a beat, for example. You know, we'll give it to one of them, you know, to listen to. If they are comfortable with it, they try and write to it. We understand that. And we listen to it. And if maybe there are things that we can improve, you know, on their writing, then we'll be able to do that. And then we bring them into our studio, you know, to record. So it's what I proposed to Uzo, and they were happy with. So we are currently waiting for, you know, a couple of things, you know, before we can put this to action. You understand that? Zoe has already sent me a list of all the winners throughout the years and their genres as well, you know. So it's just a matter of putting this into action, and then they come back, they come into the studio here in Joburg, and then we record them, and then the rest is history. So, yeah.
These are very, very exciting news, because one of the things that creatives or musicians always look for is somebody who has already been there, has done it, has been able to create those relationships that are necessary within the business. so as to take up the music and be able that it reaches all the people we need it to reach. So it's exciting news. Is there a time frame to this?
So far, we still haven't discussed the time frame. I would have loved this to happen this year, and especially in this COVID. But remember, this COVID, especially level 4 and 5, it was a bit of a challenge, to do these things. You understand, because of our lockdown regulations. You understand. But now since then, Sugu2 and then Sifigen Agu 1, I would have loved us to start, working with some of them. Obviously, we're not gonna do everyone at the go. We'll have to bring about 3 or 4 of them, and then we do the stuff, and then something like that. So that is a good question. I think it's just a matter of discussing timelines with Uzoe and the panel. As to when can we start with the process, your record, and all those things. You understand? So we need to sort out, before we can get everything going. So as soon as we get timelines, we'll keep everyone informed, and then we'll keep the trend going.
For everybody tuned in right now on Facebook, on the Music Creative Workshop Facebook page, really appreciate you, and you are really getting to hear for yourself what it is that the Music Creative Workshop has to offer for you. We bring experts, and they don't just come and talk, they come and offer a helping hand and say, let me take you by the hand, let's do this together. You get to learn from the likes of Master G, that is DJ but well, he's your homeboy. Master G and Musani. So we're not just saying be an artist within Mpumalanga, we're saying take over the world. And as you take over the world, take it over in the most professional way. So gentlemen, thank you so much for having this conversation with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Pangitolile, yeah. Abangan ko lo nami bona. Bayagi ikomba nami papeti pamo imikondo. Pangitolile nami labantu abangan ko lo. Yeah. Bayagi kombanam laban papeti pamo imikondo. If you know the song you sing, no manginga memeza mama, ay, no manginga memeza mama, yeah. Solongia memes, mara agusi siluto. It's no manginga memeza mama, ay, solo si a memeza mama, yeah. E bombela si a memes, solo si a memes, bona agusi siluto. Pangitolile nami labantu abangan ko bona mina bayagi kombanam laban papeti pamu imikondo. Pangitolile nami labantu kuti abangan ko bayagi kombanam laban ngesipamu nangimikondo. If you know the song you say, Namaginga memeza mam, ay, e bombela siya memeza mam, yeah. Get to know manginga memes, solo siya memes, mada agu sisilud. One more. Get to know manginga memes, amam. Ay. No manginga memes, amam. Yeah. Solo kia memes, no manginga memes. Get to agu sisilud. One more time, turn for turn.
Mabavuke bageza abantu bageze baphola abantu babeklina abantu bangasaba amanzi abantu man hayi ukuthi nabathi covid batasigeze sanitize
mabavuke bonke abantu bageze bagqoke babebaye
nithi nasenigqokile phela ningakhohlwa nasenyaweni ukufaka iNew Balance nithi wonke ama-yellow bone mawasondela azongithola ngime emnyango e-Total Sport nalo ikhadi lami lase-Capitec ngizonswayipela man I am a Total Sport zokushaya nge-New Balance ngikushaya nge-Ancledex ngisapha nge-Capitec I am a Total Sport zokushaya nge-New Balance ngikushaya nge-Ancledex sisapha nge-Capitec sisapha nge-Capitec sisapha nge-Capitec nama abageza abantu nama abageza bagqoka abantu abageza babe smarties man nama I am a Total Sport zokushaya nge-New Balance ngikushaya nge-Ancledex sisapha nge-Capitec I am a Total Sport zokushaya nge-New Balance ngikushaya nge-Ancledex sisapha nge-Capitec sisapha nge-Capitec sisapha nge-Capitec
uyadlala labantu bethe ama-black card labantu bayadlala yebabamthela awutshelile abantu ukuthi ngathi sesiphethe ama-black card e-Capitec siyasithwapa abeze bonke
namanje khulula boriko fikile uMoses shaya induku kathathu yema-yellow ball lama-New Balance maningi man sonswayipela zwakalani nonke babamthela uyalincane man uzoniswayipela namanisha abageze baklina abantu I am a Total Sport zokushaya nge-New Balance zokushaya nge-Ancledex sisapha nge-Capitec balance. Shiny applicant, the applicant. See somebody keeping tech, the keeping tech. See somebody keeping tech, the enemy tech. See somebody keeping tech. Abagezi babi clean abantu man, basanitize abantu man. Abagezi babi clean man, basanitize man. Na manish, I na man, na manish, I na man. Scares, Civic clean. Lochani. Giwoge, I'm a total sport. Lochani.
Yes, come on. Yeah. Come on, yeah. What's up? When you don't take out, yell mama, hey. Oh, aibo, amgombe mnyamazane. Getana wena wetwa. Yeah. My no pecado. Yeah. What's my no pecado? Tombe mnyamazane. My no pecado. Tombe mnyamazane. Oh yeah, kononina, yeah, angimono munye, seba tenkala lena, come on, angimono munye, my sunshine, my love, and my nunu, love you till the end, my sunshine, my love, and my nunu. Love you till the end. Wosa, take carbon. My enum take carbon. Oh, my enum take carbon. Wosa. Oh, my enum take carbon. 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 What's I'm so zembono mu you find now. Take cabo, my no take cabo, eh? Don't be myamasane. What? Get to know be myamasane. My no take cabo. Get in my no take cabo. What's up? Yeah, little mama. How yeah, little mama. Beauty, how yeah, little mama. How yeah, little mama. Don't say cabo, don't be me a masane. This one me the tell a person. Mango na wena. What's when let's shoot to don't chena angaza masoga na kalepi oh yeah oh yeah fekabo kiti mayeno fekabo was kiti mayeno fekabo no be myamasane no be myamasane kiti no be myamasane no be myamasane khabo maye nohle khabo angaze ngibone ubuhlobo njena maye nomhle khabo ndombe emnyamazane
Ingoma yami mnandi hlabelela undoyana webaba Sisho undoyana hlabelela undoyana Sisho undoyana webaba Sisho undoyana hlabelela ingoma yami mnandi
Still out here at Nothing House with the Music Creatives Workshop brought to you by a number of supporting sponsors. That includes the Culture, Sports and Recreation in the province of Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga News, the City of Mbombela, SANParks, that's the South African National Parks Agency, NYDA, Vodacom, as well as Isilulumanzi. This Music Creatives Workshop is DJ Zoe's vision that she has carried over the past 3 years and brought it to all of us through her agency called the Redundancy Lifestyle and Entertainment. Now, we want to enter into a space which a lot of artists are finding themselves conflicted as to how to maneuver. That is the space of jumping the border, being able to have your brand accessible from outside the country everybody wishes that at some point they're able to perform internationally, be it within SADC, be it within the entire African continent, and also getting out of the continent as well. So we thought, let's talk to folks who have been able to do that and interacted and supported creatives, artists, and musicians in the same manner. I present right next to me Mr. Melusi Zox Dlamini. He is a promoter, an artist manager, and a communications specialist, highly skilled in event conceptualization, strategic direction, event management, artist management as well, marketing and media relations. Has been involved in a number of events in the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as the tourism department there. He's not alone. He does not need an introduction. We're talking about Sands, who is also an export from the Kingdom of Eswatini, loved by South Africans all over. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Thank
to
you
the
very much.
Music Creative Workshop.
Thank you very much.
Is that introduction the one?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Many artists want to take their craft and export it.
Absolutely.
You have been able to receive our exports in the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Yeah.
You've also been able to participate within your own talents in the kingdom, bringing them over this side or supporting them thereof.
Absolutely.
What's the key to one having gone into the studio, had those sleepless nights, and ultimately have the music performed in front of crowds all over?
I think with my involvement with a couple of festivals in the kingdom, what really has helped artists get booked in the country is how they handle their business. It's very difficult to get hold of an artist. It's very difficult to get an invoice from an artist direct in less than 30 minutes. It's very difficult to find an artist up at 7 o'clock in the morning for a breakfast show. But now when you have to book, you find that there's sponsors involved. There's people that are funding, there's the director of the festival. So how
you can't e-wallet the man.
No. There have to be paper.
They must record.
You're going to come and perform in Eswatini. We need to be producing work permits for you way before we even announce, you're on stage. So I think one of the key things is an EPK. Just one document which has everything that a promoter needs to know. Absolutely everything. Short paragraphs in terms of bio, links to your Instagram, Facebook, YouTube accounts, high resolution images, everything that a promoter would take and use without calling you every day and looking for something else. Professional quote, definitely one of the most important things is because you're in Eswatini, a copy of your passport. We must never have to ask you to give us a copy of your passport. The first thing we must get that shows us that you are ready to come and perform here is a copy of your passport.
You have the right document to enter.
You would be shocked how many South African artists have had to be turned back at the border.
Because they didn't know they needed a passport.
They didn't know they had to produce a passport. I think because of our size, a lot of big acts feel like they're just leaving people.
They will know.
Going to KZN.
Oh,
you understand?
Shit.
There's borders.
It's a totally different, sovereign country.
Yeah, and obviously the tax issues, withholding tax. You have to be on top of your game because I don't want to lie. A promoter who has money and wants an artist, it takes that promoter a maximum of 24 hours to confirm a booking. So if it's going to take 36 hours to get documents from you,
we're moving along.
Next best artist who's going to be pushing, to close that space. So I think professional presentation is very, very important in terms of your EPK, We shouldn't have to ask for high-res images. We shouldn't have to ask for quotation.
What does this EPK stand for?
Electronic Press Kit.
Ah.
You just compile. I'm sure there's a couple of amazing multimedia professionals in South Africa which you can hire for them to put together like a couple of images, like a professional, a couple of some content, something you can send via WhatsApp, you can send via email to anyone who's inquiring about an artist you're working with. It's really, really helpful. And with the market in Eswatini, it's quite a small, receptive market. You see, small markets are very emotionally driven.
Yeah.
If you show the audience in Eswatini that you love them the first time they see you, trust me, you're going to get more bookings, you're going to get more promoters calling you. But if the first time you come, you drop the ball somehow in terms of from on stage performances to how you deal with the media, because in Eswatini it's different. In South Africa, when you're speaking to media, you're speaking to like hundreds of different media personalities. So a lot of South African artists, they come to Eswatini expecting that kind of vibe in terms of gozi and vibe. In Eswatini media houses, we only have 7 of them. They know each other. And most of the time in Eswatini, it's very difficult for local media to write things that are not factual. So if you're gonna come and give the local media and shun them, and not be receptive to interviews, and not be receptive I know it's a bit sensitive because you get artists that have been treated really badly by the media, and then they come with that baggage with, hey, I don't trust the media. But in Eswatini, it's very different, It's like, if you get a call, we always organize it prior, but we always insist that you are as hospitable to the media
as possible,
because we're close.
It's a different ball game altogether.
In Eswatini, you step onto one toenail.
Everybody knows.
One guy.
Everybody knows.
Because we are a very small community. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to book Zoe and Zoe doesn't come to my gig after advertising and everything, trust me, automatically all the other promoters will be like,
we're not touching that one. It's too hot.
Yeah, because the crowd also gets very angry. You remember there was a cultural boycott a couple of years ago. There's some artists that decided to boycott coming to perform in Eswatini. Even today, locals, even when those artists come and put their own shows, locals just do not go, irrespective of how big that artist is. So it's the type of market.
Listening to you, I'm getting a sense that one as a promoter, that's the market you need.
Definitely.
There's loyalty, there is ownership of the creative output. There's close-knittedness, which is a totally different ballgame this side. It sounds to me like it's a place one can grow their brand in.
Absolutely. And if Swazis love you, my brother,
it's game over.
I mean, you can practically have one big gig every month. Like I said, we're not. There's not too many of us because I sit on the Standard Bank Lutu Festival. I sit on MTN Bushfire. I sit on F&B Smooth Festival. So if you are well positioned and well placed, because another thing, if you get an opportunity to come and perform for a crowd, make sure you kill it. I will make an example of DJ Tira. DJ Tira, how he built his name in Eswatini, number one, he always arrived a day before the performance so that everyone can see that he's there.
He's there, yeah.
Secondly, he always performed more than the allocated time. He doesn't do that now, he doesn't have to. But
well, here we say Agafunu Pum.
yeah, exactly.
So that's why we put him at the end.
But trust me, every year, DJ Tira is going to make not less than 500K in Eswatini alone. And people keep on saying, no, but you know, he began corner last month. Trust me, you take him to Hlangano, the people will be driving.
They're coming out.
They will go there. But if he's been able to sustain his brand, you know, just simply by performing. Speaking about that, I've also been very blessed to create a business and manage one of our creators at Sports Sense, which, you know, in terms of performing, that's not a forte that I know a lot about. But trust me, I have seen how he's able to use his strength of performance. Because as someone who performs in Siswati, you know, he's been very fortunate to get gigs in spaces where they don't even hear a word he's saying. But because of how he presents his
music is universal.
He always gets, you know, called back for gigs, you know, and I think that's another very important thing. If you're gonna show up, which has happened a couple of times with a couple of artists, show up on stage, you know, give Swazis like 3 songs, you know, and leave the stage, you know, that's probably the last time you get an opportunity because.
Yeah. What I'm getting from you is one, you have to be accessible.
100%.
When information about you is needed, it should not be difficult to get that information from you.
Yes, definitely.
And about you. 2, people's skills.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to deal with anybody who doesn't look like they want to be dealt with.
Absolutely.
These are sounding to me as some of the values that will be very key.
If you want to break into the Eswatini music market. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Now, Sense, you've done this for a couple of years. South Africa has taken you all over the nation. Did you know that this is what's going to happen starting out?
Well, I didn't know, but it was what I wished.
Yes. Yes.
And one of the major reasons, I think, well, strengths that I think actually helped us to get that far was this specialization in terms of stage performance.
Yes.
You know, most of the time as artists, we spend a lot of time in studio trying to perfect what the people are going to hear as an afterthought. And not concentrate on the delivery of like literally when you're on stage. The performance is what people always actually remember. You could have a famous song right now that is out, but the moment people see you live performing it, that is what will get your mind if people would really, really want to see you again, or would rather prefer to just listen to your song.
Yeah.
So I think specializing on performance, especially because the Siswati is a very soft language. So when you get on stage, they're expecting something. And then you just hit them with
hard
performance with a language that they are not really that used to internationally to be actually sang with, you know. So I think that's one of the most important things as artists that you need to actually specialize in. You know, you can take any artist from anywhere around the world in an international stage like the Fire.
Yes.
You don't need to hear what the artist is saying, but if the artist is delivering a very perfect performance,
you will feel the music.
Yeah, you feel that music. You know? We've got quite a lot of other artists who are good examples of such. You know? But Oliver used to.
Oliver Mtukudzi, yes. Yes.
We didn't hear what they were saying, but they delivered a great performance.
The Maskandi band from KZN, Lady Smith, Black Mambazo.
Lady Smith.
Doing your Germanys, your Italies and States.
You know?
So
I think it's one of the things that we overlook.
Lucky Dube, one of the greatest. May his soul rest in peace as well.
So it's quite important. I'd like to just emphasize on that. You know? Deliver.
At what point do you, because I'm asking this question because we're talking to creatives who are currently in action and also aspirational. At what point were you able to then say it's time to step out of the kingdom?
The moment we began. We were already ready to step out because I think we spent a lot of time and years perfecting the performance, perfecting the music. So the moment we stepped into studio, we got a show. The first show we got, we nailed the performance.
Nailed it.
And then
the word spreads.
we were out. And everywhere we went, we gave nothing less. You know, at some point we were doing about 3 gigs a day, 4, 5, 6 a weekend. But each and every gig we went to, we just took it special and delivered a very brilliant performance. And I think that is what has worked for
you
brand to actually be exported outside of Swaziland, SADC, outside of Africa as well.
I'm reminded of a radio interview conversation I had almost a decade ago with Black Coffee. I asked the question, how did you step out? Because now there's a manner in which South Africa operates. If you conquer outside, South Africa embraces you. If you don't go that route, then you must conquer the provinces. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then South Africa will start listening. Oh, okay. If you are from Mpumalanga, your first step is to conquer Gauteng.
Yeah.
If you make it in Gauteng, we start raising eyebrows. Oh, okay, you're working. So I said to him, how did you step out? And he said to me, he started traveling to different countries with his own money, to places nobody knew or cared about him. And he did that for a couple of times, and the fire sparked. The rest is history. How closely related is that story to what you've been able to do, and how do you recommend it to someone listening to us right now?
Well, going further, I would definitely recommend it.
Yes.
As much as I haven't really traveled with my own money anyway, but I think if push comes to shove, I'll definitely do it, just so I invest in foreign places, because in order to go international, obviously we all protect our industries, you know. So you would have to come there and get a slot, deliver a great performance. Then definitely chances are in that place or in that country, where do we go? And then next thing you are called for a professional gig, you know, or maybe even at home, you never know.
Yes.
So I'd actually recommend that quite a lot if it has worked, definitely.
We're having a conversation right here at the Music Creatives Workshop by DJ Zoe, by Rhythm NC Lifestyle and Entertainment. We're talking about how to break out into international markets. We're talking to Zox, who is a promoter, a strategist, a creative in the business of making events and supporting artists. Also with Sans, who is a musician who does not need to be introduced, whose music we love dearly. We're having these conversations. Zox, one of the things that I'd be thinking about right now, yes, I'd love to perform at a country outside of mine, such as the Kingdom of Eswatini, especially with the closely knittedness of our borders.
Absolutely, yeah.
One of the things we'll begin to ask ourselves is, you practically need to start traveling no matter where you are in your level of the business.
Yeah.
Even if you are still charging at mere 2.5, you know, 2,500 Rand or 2,500 Emalangeni. But now I'm used to doing that with my local clubs and festivals.
Yes.
Now I'm booked by yourselves with Standard Bank or Bushfire, that side. How do I compute and compound and still be able to come back and have something to eat?
Okay, it's very important to be as authentic as possible, to be different. It's absolutely critical to be different. We are not looking for someone who sounds like Sans. Have you ever listened to an artist and felt like this artist sounds like someone? Try and lose that. It doesn't give you any more points. Number two, the market in Eswatini is embracing DJs and live musicians. live music is big. If you're an artist, try and include live elements in your set.
Yes.
By all means possible, because, you know, the market in Eswatini, the club scene is practically non-existent. The big gigs are the outdoor gigs, the festivals, you know, that's where the money is at, that's where the people are at. So backtrack, you know, it's not gonna give you
Get there, you
a
put
strong,
in a
yeah,
USP, and then you miming on the
it's
microphone.
not going to give you.
It's a, what are you doing?
It's not going to work in Eswatini. Try by all means. Rather come with the keyboard player. Rather come with, you know, live.
Three-piece band.
Yeah, you know.
Don't have to be the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Actually call it cheating.
Yeah.
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 Already hear you from the CD.
Yes.
Coming for a laugh.
And still play us the same CD.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it's on, and you know, and try and practice. Don't come with the shoddy performance. And obviously, like, to answer your question, I mean, with the good gigs that are funded, budgets are not normally an issue. Like Senzo will tell you that, you know, you can come to Eswatini to a festival and find yourself watching artists you've never heard of, you've never heard on radio, you've never seen.
But they're good at what they do.
Yes, but their performance is really strong. And then you find that those artists, when you start researching about those artists, you find that those artists are gigging, are doing all these major, you know, festivals, you know, because we're not trying to put together in Eswatini South African music festivals. It has to be different. You know, when you come to South Africa, you know you're going to find blah, 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 blah. But if you go to Eswatini, it's always going to be Pan-African. You'll have 1 or 2, 3 South Africans, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, you know, Ghana, Nigerian here and there, so that it's totally different space from what South African festivals look like, you know.
Yes.
That's why we just then attract a lot of multi-racial and multicultural audiences in Eswatini. You find that audiences is like 50% white, 50%, unlike a lot of
South African
festivals.
In
Yeah,
South
you know,
Africa,
where it's just white, or you know,
It's either it's white or it's black.
It's black. You need to be able to satisfy, you know, both markets. So if your product is good, you know, then you will get paid, my brother. Like it's the hard thing is dealing with the person that you call them, you wait for an invoice for a week. That's very disappointing, especially after a panel has met and they've said, we're definitely booking this one. Now, my job is to get the paperwork done.
And we're not getting
If I'm
it.
going to come back a week later, I'm like, guys, I still don't even have passport copies. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the fault of the artist, really. That's why you need like strong managers, because we know creatives, they're used to odd hours.
Just want to be in the studio.
You know, they relate differently to laptops and all this paperwork. They don't really love that. So if you have like strong, sober-minded, loyal management, you know, that's very key, who's going to put everything together and be accessible, you know. If anything is needed, it's
swift.
Literally, you know, there's artists like that. It's just a pity that, you know, you find that some of the artists that are not big yet, you know, are very quick, and the big artists struggle. But tomorrow, that artist who's not big yet, but who provided everything I needed,
the moving,
probably the next Black Coffee. That's how Black Coffee probably was able to
Step
accelerate.
up.
You know, yeah.
Is there anything you want to leave our audience with? But coupled with that, both of you, starting with you, Sans, South Africa within Mpumalanga, and then bordering with Swaziland or the Kingdom of Eswatini and Mozambique, I feel like these borders have not been explored, and you can actually travel these spaces, these countries, within less than 24 hours. And I feel like as creatives, we are not exploring that. In fact, South Africans have a better relationship with the Kingdom of Eswatini, but we also have a relationship with Mozambique, but it's work related.
Yeah.
It's not the arts.
Yeah.
You know, it's trade. It's going about for work. The arts, how do we step in there and maximize this corner, this triangle that we've got here?
If I remember well, we've done that before. There was an idea. It was called, was it?
East-Three route.
East-Three route.
Yeah.
Which actually toured Mozambique, Mpumalanga, down to Durban and Swaziland. And well, I don't know when last it happened, but I think a couple of 2-3 years
ago,
it was actually active. I think it's such kind of concepts you need to come up with.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the relationships we have with our close neighbors don't really include borders. It's more like they are not borders.
Yeah.
The borders are actually superficial. They're there, but you stand up, you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, yeah.
Come up with more concepts like that. I think we can just make it one industry as a whole.
As a whole.
Really saying this is Mpumalanga, this is Swaziland, we can just travel freely.
What's your take? What's your take?
I think collaboration is very important. You know, the more artists work with artists of different spaces, it just gives them an audience that wouldn't have had access to them, you know. I'm sorry, I'll make an example with Sands. He did a song with Sepotola last year, and, you know, all of a sudden, every single large festival in Lesotho is now booking Sands, you know, like realistically, you know, and it's a result. So you find that now you've got access to people who love the artist that, you know,
that you've
collaborated
because
with.
you collaborated with them.
And you've been introduced to a new market of promoters, you know, a new market of music market, and even personal friends, you know, of that artist now have respect and they honor and they want to work with you. So I think it's important to start working, you know, together on music, mixing the cultures. Like you can imagine Sotho and Swazi, bit of Mozambican flavor here and there, a bit of Zulu here and there, you know, just to get everyone from our spaces, you know, because trust me, you know, there's a lot of magic that comes out of amazing talent stepping into a single creative space and creating something that will translate. Yeah, I think it's very important, and there's a lot of commercial value, you know,
in all of that.
in collaborating. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've learned a lot. I think we've learned a lot. Zox, Sands, thank you so much for having this conversation with us. It's an important one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you sit down with somebody or you read a book, because it also feels like you sit down with the author, you get to have them speak to your own ideas.
Yeah.
And it infuses energy into that. And I think that's what we've done this afternoon with our audience here. Really appreciate your time coming through.
Siyabonga kakhulu. It's very rare for us Swazis to step out of the border and still be able to speak Siswati.
Yeah.
Perfectly well. Sizakwathi necela indlela nje. Maybe icela indlela le.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, ube multilingual.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. It is the Music Creatives Workshop, and I just want to quickly remind you that you stand a chance to win yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy Tab 10 that is not just coming alone, because it requires a lot of data there. So it is coming with 6 months worth of 10 gigabytes of Vodacom data. It's our first prize. I'll tell you how you participate to stand a chance to win. We also have a second prize where you can win yourself 5 gigs of data for the next 6 months as well a third prize of 3 gigs of data from Vodacom for the next 3 months. To win, you need to follow the Music Creative Workshop on Facebook, and then like and comment on this stream. You also need to share the stream to your own page. When you do that, you actually make yourself visible and accessible for us to later be choosing you if luck is on your way. So somebody will be winning themselves these prizes. We appreciate our sponsors, Vodacom, for rocking with us in this manner. We move right along with our program. One of the biggest conversations that aches the hearts of musicians, and pretty much anybody who creates the art of music, is the question of radio airplay. You listen to the radio, you're hearing the same artist playing 1,000 times. You submit your music and it never gets played. What is it radio people looking for? Should you pay a brown envelope? Should you go back to the studio and get a professional producer to master your music? What are they looking for? Well, we decided to bring radio in its different formats. Far left, we've got Swati Zulu, who is a station manager for Nkomazi FM. And next to me is Mawetu N, who is a broadcaster with the SAPC Likwalakola FM. Gentlemen, welcome.
How's it, Zim?
How many demos are in your dustbins right now?
I don't know about you.
Yeah, mina ngicabanga ukuthi indlela ebalulekile loyithashile Zim fana nje ukukhuluma ngamademo la kuma-dustbin ukukhuluma ukuthi yonke radio station i-radio ne-radio kuze kube i-radio it's a music nawe ukuradio uyakwathi lokho because ukuthi 90% walokunteka ewayelesini i-music lama-elements amedlala amanye kuba i-content tema-jingles nana kusho ukuthi ima-radio ayawudzinga umculo kuze khona kusurvive.
There's no radio without music.
Phandle komculo kude i-radio kepha umuntu loba khona kulo ukuthi abantu abadlalwa ngila khona ufuna sicile ukuthi yini indzaba bangadlalwa ngoba i-radio isurvive nge-music. Okay, kokuqala ngicabangako mina i-experience yami njenge-presenter ukuthi asibili back ekubukeni lo mculo i-quality yemculo kokuqala. Alright, yebo siyawudzinga umculo ma-radio station ayawudzinga kepha adzinga umculo loyi-quality. So uma ngabe sikhuluma nema-artist i-priority ifuna kube quality music one. Alright, kwesibili lokubaluleka kakhulu ukuthi uma ngabe ngiproducer umusic ngihleli somewhere le audience funa ibe khona lakini nangabe ngise-studio vele ngifisa ukuthi ngiyithashe ngemculo. Singakhohlwa ukuthi si-radio station si-radio because siheha i-audience. I-audience iheha ngemculo. Le audience lesihehile siyithengisela ama-advertisers. Lokho kusho ukuthi ukudlala eradioweni kumbe kuthi bakudlala e-TV angeke bakwenzele ifavor ngoba bacompete. Ukhona umuntu othi ngamanye umsakade abenze dlala umculo. Kusho ukuthini? Kusho ukuthi umculo upowerful udlula ini? Umsakade. Kuyenteka umculo abe powerful udlula umsakade. So nebaculi funa babe powerful ekuthenini basite ema-stations ekuheheni ma-advertisers. Basawuqopha lo mculo loyo. Nangabe wena umculo wakho usekhaya awusikubekisela ingoma kulungile baba. Le ngoma leyo ngashona umuntu le airplay leyo ithola ngikhuluma ngani yiba ne-audience nangabe use-studio. Don't just record music.
Ukhuluma nabani?
Ukhuluma nabani?
Ngale ngoma.
Lelithulusi lakho bayalithengisela bani lama-radio stations lesikhuluma ngabo. Because bana sikhuluma nge-radio.
Lokusho ukuthi masibhala ingoma asibe nalama circumstances lesi addressa wona.
Ingoma lebethi COVID bedingakala kakhulu. Ma-artists lathephe into awusukubekisele njengami ngakhulumi le interview umfana wasegame bathi ngumledge nge-hip hop show beyakhuluma nge-COVID. Le ngoma yakhe ithole i-airplay lenyingi
isikhathi sakhona
and khulumela nje ma-radio langaphansi kwe-SABC abanematheme etinyanga yabona siphumati wenyanga yebantu labaphila ngokukhubateka November bekunyanga yabantu abaphila ngokukhubateka. Ithini ingoma lekhuluma ngokukhubateka loyendile
ekutheni noma singafuni siyakuva manje ukuthi awusimnanjana as an artist kepha ingoma yakho
unemlayezo
lutho lelithide iyothola i-airplay uyayibona sekukhona leyo vamise kweliwa ama-artist lekungafuni ama-radio station la national like yonko-SABC lama body shaming laba khona yebo inhlamba ungathi wena i-radio edit because inhlamba ayikho kepha indlela lobhale ngayo ingoma yakho uyibhale ngekuqwasa alright ngoba laba bayi-national broadcaster umsebenzi wabo kwakha ingoma yakho ithi amnanzi ma-2000 alright ingadlisa ngaphandle kepha oyelesini ngeke idlisa amnanzi ma-2000 piano amnanzi ama-2000 yeah
ayidlaleki
kepha kalana ayidlaleki
because of policy limitations.
So,
yeah. Swati Zulu.
I think lokunye wena Zeli. Uma sikhuluma nge-radio airplay kufanele siqale sitibude ukuthi for us to diagnose the problem kufanele sazi ukuthi what exactly are we talking about uma sithi i-radio airplay. Radio airplay we don't mean ukuthi just because ngihlala eTonga noma ngidlale eNkomazi. Radio airplay means your music uya qualify kudlala everywhere. So if you listen to Rise FM, uyothola music wakho. You listen to Ligwala Gwala, uyothola music wakho. You listen to BCR, music wakho uyoba khona. Now for them kokuthi bonke badlale lo music wakho lo kumele kokuthi ube relevant. Everyone must relate to le ngoma yakho. I'll make an example. If Sina Princess Indlovukazi ahlala eNelspruit, I recorded a heavy K lo seJozi. Ligwala Gwala zange that's Princess, give me your music we want to play. Bahambe bawufuna bona because le ngoma yalo say isita in the radio station. Yabo. The biggest mistake lesiyendako thina number 1 mina ngilokhulumela ku local level because that's what ngilangisebenzela khona. Uthi ungaka create a hype or a cloud ngelimi lema 2000 ekhaya first. So yohlupha big Zila emadrobheni. Zila, I want you to play my song. Zila kakwati ukuthi ungubani, usukaphi, ushiya mawethu, your neighbor, lo hlala naye, lo la ku local station. And i local station nayo iyawudinga music wakho ukuthi bathi pushe ngawo because azidlali wonke music. So the relationship number 1 between you and the local radio station yakho is very important. That's where you need to start. Yabo? Uma usuka lapho mase lo music wakho so udumile so watiyo. That's when you can start ke so yakbo SABC bobani bani. But point things I'm going to emphasize ukuthi before uthi kithi music wakho abawudlali lo bawudlalako unjani. You understand? Because uma ngabe bangawudlali I don't think ukuthi Zili yakwathi uthi khona ngakubangisa kona so no I don't want to play your music or any music compiler I don't want to play this your music. It means lo music wakho awukho relevant to what we are doing, which is what Mawethu was talking about. Uma ngabe kuthi kushoniwe sifuna kudlala ingoma lehambisana naleso sikhathi. Uma ngabe ukuthi kune COVID sifuna kudlala ingoma nene COVID. Uma ngabe ukuthi kunendo ledumile whatever theme ledumile nyalo ukugijima amapiano nani sifuna ingoma leti related to that. So when you can't record your own thing le yabo and then usuke and accuse people ukuthi no bantu abadlala music wami ucheckile nako ukuthi do people relate to your music ikhona equality kulento lengiyendako ikhona imessage kule ngoma lengifuna ukuthi bayidlale. So it's those things ekumele ukuthi siqale sithi check. But more than anything mina I would encourage my artists ukuthi first and foremost my artists especially laba up and coming start by building a relationship with your local radio station because that's where you start. And then
it's your immediate environment.
Yes. Yabo. Once I crack up, batokufonela bozile. Bazinathi le ngoma siyayifuna because ibanga msindo kuphi kuphi. But uma ungahluleka kuyicrackala ekucaleni, it's gonna be difficult. Uma ufika eSABC batokubuza uthi ngibani. Noma ungathi chaza njani if bangakwade enkomazi angeke size sicreate the platform la ukuthi udumiswe ngithi.
Now I want us to remove the artist Losengakwati kuproducer umculo lone quality. Lolo safunza asimkhiphe. Simbeke eceleni. Sikhiphe nalolo bekasengavisisi ukuthi funa akhulume nemuntu thite ngemlayeto thite. Siyamthatha loyo simbeke eceleni safunza. Sibuye kulo who has been doing this for a while, but have not cracked or popped. They have ticked all the boxes. The music is quality. Music is registered. They've got their PR on lockdown. They are gigging, they're making noise in their community. Well, we can even add and say their local station is playing them. But they keep submitting this music. But no station wants to play it. It gets overlooked all the time.
Yeah.
The core question is, do radio stations earnestly have an intake policy to say, we want the top of the range of our local artists, and we have space for them, totally dedicated. And how do they tap into that?
Ngicabanga ukuthi kulozini le ngufunzile kuma stations dawuthola ukuthi bantu benzawo bathola iAirplay dawuthola ukuthi uma ngabulalela ukhozi uyayithola ngoma yembhacana lapha lokusho ukuthi laba abasebenza lelwimi lasekhaya extend stage sasekhaya ngoba sikhuluma ngolimi lasekhaya nanoma senda ini kepha lelwimi ufuna ngalo lokusho ukuthi uma ngabulalela umngani lonene awuhlala ungawumbhacana bathi ingoma yeshana
yebo
yabona ngala kithi nama artist wethu funa lelwimi leswati alisebenzise kakhulu ngoba nalo litho wavulela indlela ngoba icaba ukuthi lingumhlahlandlela ngoba lama committees angithi kuba nama music committee music committee ngiyola la ngoma zokhetha ingoma letso dingaba ku playlist ye stage yabona lo mina ngasho ukuthi le ngoma le ngize ngithi mina ngiyimela ukuthi ikhuluma ngeswati and ingoma lekhuluma ngeswati indlala la kithi e station sethu ngeke ibe big lenzawo ingaba big ngathemba la kithi and futhi akusho ukuthi nakacula ngeswati ukuthi wa big la kuphela ngene ukuthi ingoma idumela
case in point, Sands, he's an export.
Yes.
I mean, he's an import,
yeah,
but he shares the language. So he was embraced locally.
Locally, emva kwaloko waduma iningizimu Afrika yonke. Uyayibona le. So lokunye lezivamisa kwenda uma ngabe sesicala kungathi abantu bayasithanza sina ama artists yabo bantu benzawo siba nekilimata uma ngabe ufuna ukukhalata ngento lethide ngeradio lethide ungabhala ku-social media uyathi ukuthi labantu batokwati lapha kule radio nethi bakwatela ukukudestroya hayi to play your music usinyamba ubhale kabi nathi
uyasilimata
abasakwateli ukuthi bafuna ukubhinda bathi nangu lo ubhalile manibanyana sifuna kumkhomba ngeke aphinza dlala so iPR yabo nabo abayinakisise kahle and nekwati ukuthi uma ngabe nginesikhalo lesithinte sokuthi music wami awudlala ngikhuluma nabani enza ngaleso kubuda nje ukuthi i-email yami ngisendile ndoda but angitholi
feedback
yini lengakwendi kahle and sebenzisa labanye labaphumelele uma ngabe kuna artist X ukule wami uthi ngicela ungisendele music ngoba ngathi igama lakho sebalapha khumbula ikompana maybe ithola 50 ngelanga wena
154
ya umfana bawethu music uyacula la ngaphasi kwakho kuna Casper Nyembezi kuna abantu banyana kunabeka lo Dumile ikompana ito yakho
But nakhona wena Zil, I think i-question yakho ithi uma ngabe uthike all the boxes, then why bangadlali music wakho? I think nathi sima artists funa sibe fair. Uthike njani all the boxes but music wakho abawudlali? It means la kulama box khona lo lithike wrong. You need to go back and check ukuthi nguphi la ngithike wrong khona. Ungabothi maso relaxed uthi album quality in so hlala phansi uthi hayi nyalo sebatodlala music wami. Ma artists funa boba active all the time. I always say mina ukuthi uma ngabe ul artist funa treat your brand ngathi business, yabo? And one of the biggest thing no matter ukuthi ube nato as an artist ukuthi khona ukuthi ithengisa wena. Don't rely on PR. It's okay, I tick the box le PR, but don't end it. I'm saying, wena tifundzise ukuthi ithengisa and indlela lenkulu yokuthi ithengisa is to build relationships nalama radio stations.
To build relationships with the station.
With the station, because not only kwatana na music compiler on a professional level, but kutsi Rise FM sebenza zero sebenza na Sibo bangena ngalesikhathi leso social media handles wabo athini bayangibona ngiyababona na, yabo? It's very important because in that way you are able ukuthi upushe le brand yakho beyond just net ukuthi kwathiwe ukuthi no urekhode a quality album.
Siyambona.
Maningi ma album zila rekhodiwe lahlile emakhaya because people are not able to push it, yabo? You need to be active mal artist. As mind it's in ukuthi usinokele la ema stations all the time. Akutshele mawethu putting busy namuhla ngisafaka music nakusasa ukhona. Basi mawufuna push i-track yakho ukuthi idlale emoyeni ufuna uyipush at least 4 times a week before they play it. And nakhona what bangayidlala after 3 months but when you check them at least 4 times a week. Yakhumbula ama artists eSouth Africa kusesenahlawudi kutoba nalendo ukuthi they want to play 90% local. That thing has proven ukuthi even if there's a taste ya local and you want ama artists to locally go push, but bantu abathanzi into lefanako futhi. Ingaba grand album yazile. Ipackagewe kahle i-right. Lo munye uthi preferela Jay-Z or whatever international music. So you're not only competing with Boma wethu nabozile, you're competing with international music. What I've realized, most radio stations in South Africa, 90% they play music. The music that they play is not South African music.
You are bringing me to a key point I want to take you to. And allow me to be a devil's advocate because, yes, I am in the business. But I'm not here to answer the questions. You are. The things that you are both mentioning about our audience of creatives, that they must fix, improve, and become. You mentioned issues of building relationships, pushing 4 times, which is a suggestion that be active in pushing your music. Beyond sabana Jay-Z bakwenda ni logo, njengoba bathola i-reception lengaka. What is our creative listening to us right now missing that Beyonce is able to do, that they get such high rotation in a foreign land?
Okay, you know, I think it's the difference between what Beyonce and about Jay-Z and the Moroccan artist do it, like South Africa. But see, I'm looking for that quote here, man. But you know, when you have money, you have everything. Bona, the things like Meluti Kichimere, when 100 kilometers from here to Witbank, when about it in an instant. Meaning they own the big record labels. And the big record labels, now, to get the music, like my radio stations. One, we must not run away from my issues about Piola. Accord. And what is Piola? People need to understand what is Piola. The record companies like Makule, South Africa, akhona njani ngokuthi music kwalabantu laba ngathi background they manage hlale kungelogo high rotation, they pay for it in one way or the other. Angube said ngiku community radio nethinking atami ku COVID fike a stable, less cool, South Africa. It's not. Nyalo, sifuna push music wenu, but we're gonna give you R1 million to push for the next 6 months. Are we going to say no?
You obviously will be considering a lot of things.
So more than anything, what I'm trying to say, the difference is that both Beyonce and both Jay-Z, they're able to buy the service. And they can pay for anything. Even if PR, they can pay. It's like, Baktiwa Uboshiwe, then with advocate to corner. When you get the best lawyers in town, I'll see Lula with Bangak Varele Chair. Marababope mean a Munduala Engotin. I'm told up advocate, let them could men at a pancake. So for me, this thing is better down to Imali more than anything. Because they've got the best teams, they've got the best people, you know, to use them. Yeah.
Mawethu yashisela.
Yeah, ngiyayibona imali nani nani ne. Kepha nje lokukhulu lengubonile ukuthi uma ngabe ukhuluma ngabo Jay-Z. Nangabe compile umuntu. Kama la Jay-Z nje kulula ukuthi nangabe select. Yabo? So kubalekile ukuthi bantu bathi build.
In terms of the branding and PR.
Branding and PR. Ungasendi ingoma lapha just ubhale igama lakho. Ngivamse kubuka nangabe ama artist. Bakhona labanye labasenda ma email ami yabo. Noma ngendiwa lo. Ngiforwardele i-compile. Bana ngithi eMpumalanga angeke akwendele lengoma yakhe ukuthi nangabe ngicela uyidlala uyinanatele le content le ufuna ibe khona. It's a brand new track ya Zakwe, Danke, na Dr. Bone. Yabona. Bokubhalela ukuthi lelo lengoma ithi kwaZet yadlala ma 13 nini. Kepha nyalo it's a new remix. It has a flavor of what. Yeah, understand that. So uma ngabe nomuntu akusendele lelo leyo abhale naloko nje la
the story of the
story
song
behind the song. Yabona. Uyinanatele le ngoma. Nanikaza kudlala mina angimane ngithi phumla enje.
You are remembering
Alakubhalile and kimi nguthethe ngakho i-content yokunanatela le ngoma. Ewayele sikuneke ukudlala kunokunanatela. Nathi ukudlala nje ukuthi. Nekunanatela. And kunanatela unanatela umuntu nge-content.
which is provided by the same artist.
Yes. Buthi ifikhala ithola content artist lasebuwanana. Uyithola kuphi? Nyalo ngaya mina ngithi Mzansi Celeb ngabona Casper Nyovesi bathi nejibe ngashuta inja yakhe. They took that bena story. Wena yini los provider kona ku timeline yakho lokwenta nangabe khuluma nawe ngikhona ukuthi ngelo ngenda hip hop but ngide i-content yema hip hop naze ngayekela a feature yekhuluma nge-content yema artist asebuwana maybe nje kungisendela even na ku inbox ngiyakhipha namuhla angisho mina ukuthi interview into mention
But provide
Thabo uyakhipha namuhla wakuphi kaBhokweni hamba uyodownload ingoma yakhe ikhona online asithole content leyo ngabe mina ekhayini mina ngikubuthi uyakhipha namuhla.
And that's why when I say
Jay-Z why Jay-Z why uyathola ngayo Jay-Z nyana basi injaki ifile ungabona trend ufele inje Jay-Z it's not a story but
He's grieving.
A story yakuleli bangasisho ukuthi Jay-Z ufele inje sina story about Jay-Z igama la Jay-Z alcool le nje ya Jay-Z ile Jay-Z power
Sizasitshela nokuthi beyidlala.
uvile ukuthi inja Jay-Z ibulawa yi-COVID
Uvule ukuthi ine medical aid.
noma elokishi ikhuluma ngendlela hayi inja
Ya Jay-Z.
he's powerful nenja yakhe powerful
Hayi. Hayi. Akekho powerful etwa.
nenja yakhe.
I think the end of your message, just to add on what Mawethu is saying. Umungabuka kahle international music, bona bo Jay-Z and bo Beyonce. Most of their songs that they're doing, but it's sampled somewhere.
Yeah.
It's not original material. Why are they sampling? Because SETI tried and tested the tingo. When they are doing my remixed versions, bafuna kusiniketa the message. They want to give this generation the message. Yeah, back then, which is something that's not happening in South Africa. I only saw in my figures they sampled the Twins Yeah. And then the muntu bengimena eceleni kwakhe uthi yo le ngoma ihit muthi sasuka. She doesn't know ukuthi no kuke kwaba nebafana basima twins basampla le ngoma emafika izolo yabo. But lendo ye message isuka lapho ukuthi the tingoma setitrayiwe before and people could relate to them back then. Uma uyibuyisa wena because like I said bona banema resources ukuthi bangakwenda lokho yabo. Mina I don't want to reduce this thing into saying ban bala ekhaya bana talent. The talent liningi ekhaya. The creativity iningi. And some songs do have a message yabo. Last figure sluke khona ngilama resources but I don't want to lie to you. Meaning record a studio garage or a bedroom in lasekhaya. Beyond to record ago. Ntwana Will Smith uthi makana 12 so ne studio equipment lesokuthi wena uyozufe imali yakho yonke engakasi afford ukusithenga. So I think more than anything ngile access to resources so that we produce quality music.
Yeah, mara lokunye ne ngabo Beyonce. And umuntu nangabe akubukile lokho akusimali. Yena team yebantu. Bo Beyonce bane team. Une team yema vocals. Lapha Beyonce. Uthi la ngevoice ya Beyonce.
Lo muntu uyahola.
Nethi voice ya Beyonce. Beyonce kusiyamemete uba newayo Beyonce umemete kakhulu.
Una payslip lo muntu.
Une team. Asifundiseni kuba nema teams. Sibani baseMpumalanga. Kube nawo director. Ungaba good as a producer on a studio sakhe bedroom studio yakho, but you are not good as a PR person. Unandobatana tsite lo mbonako enzaweni yakini ukuthi uyadominate ku social media. Mthatha. Gibela la kuleli dumo lwakhe. Akabe incenye yeteam yakho.
Mlethe khone.
Mlethe la ekhaya. Sisi wena utosibukela nani? Kunomfana tsite uphiwe ngento lesithi. Asibe ni team. Uma ngabe siyimbumbe so. Si strong kakhulu. Bo Beyonce banawo konke lo. Kunemuntu nje jam practice nje kujayiva. Angafika e-stage Beyonce, she's good. Washa sponsor Beyonce, sishaya sponsor la. Mara zasha Beyonce sabasikhulu kakhulu. Yabona?
And washaya nedi move.
Yeah. Wafutsela manje ase Mozambique. Le sponsor lesi. Le sponsor balamzansi sa research base Mozambique. So uyabona ukuthi lento yakho uphiwe ngale. Kepha khona lokuthinde longeke uphiwe ngako. Ngeke. Uhlobe siku radio sinosidlalela abantu nje. Kunendingi hey wow zilushayile. Sibantu thatha abantu ngokuhlukahlukana kwabo nibe la. Wena uhlula kuduma ngemusic wakho ekhayini emndenini wakini bese ngobanzi. Ukhipha ingoma uhlula ningaki emndenini wakaZulu mbani. Bashelela ubake bacala ubebe bathi nawe. Once ungawina lapho bakeba lapho. Uwina lesigodi sakho esincane. Ungamthengisa 20,000 copies la uhlala khona.
Ungajahi kuya le.
Awukhona la uhlala khona kuthatha 20,000 copies. Takhe la uhlala khona la. Usicaceza lapho. Nangilokho uthi nabantu bafuna yena. Yenda abantu bafuna wena. Khona la sikhathi wende abantu bafuna. They must hunt for you. Ma combine. Ngengoma yana bafuna lo mali. Which means chance ikhona madoda. Sike ne complain indlela efast complain ngayo must better ourselves each and every day. That's how you complain. Better yourself each and every day. Le cut so strong ukuthi lokungavima nakunye no compiler no what outing payola outing ubhatale lo mangolo ipayola lo
bafuna yena
G65 ubhatale ipayola abayibhatale ipayola bafuna yena
hayi uyabona le ndlela leshisa ngayo lenzaba kodwa sengifuna kunivala but before nginivala yini lekunekwendeka sikushile lokungamsida losibukele nyanga
as a recording artist,
as a producer, as a creative in the music space.
Yabona the question there is slightly difficult to iphendule because nyalo vele uthola ama-all in one, yabona? Njengoba mawethu bekasasho. Zil is a vocalist, nguye lo producer-ko, the keys nguye, marketing nguye. So you don't know ukuthi lo muntu uma umchanela, umkhomba kuphi kokuthi akashone kuphi. But more than anything, what I've learned mina, or what I've realized in music in general, ukuthi you need to be patient with your craft because vele it takes time. Yabo? It won't happen overnight. Ungathuswa ngujibani bani because ku social media naye uNkulunkulu wakho umsebenzele ngaleso sikhathi. But you need to be patient with yourself more than anything. Believe in yourself and utati ukuthi lento lengiyendako one day to seven. Kude la emhlabeni lokudlula anything than passion. If you are passionate enough about something, noma ungabuya la ku music creatives kayi-10, your break eventually itoba khona. You might be recording music nyalo for i-market le wrong. Nathi besingathi ukuthi this year kutoba ne-COVID, yabo? But ibe khona. Thole ukuthi wena bo-targethe those areas. So if there's anything lengayi-advise umuntu ngayo lo recorder lofuna ukuthi kuva music kwakhe ku radio or wherever, more than anything abazame kuba patient if they believe ukuthi product yabo is the right one.
Yeah. Mina nje le ngingakusho ebantwini ukuthi ukuthinzile lokuthi yathi abantu laba kulele space ndolokuso. Tomnceda kakhulu ngoba uthi khona ukuthi hey the big man usubmit music man bongibutela to compile sikweleka ini ne music wami. Angisho ukuthi umuntu uzumhluphe every time. Bakhona abantu abangakwadi approach. Kusi na vele ungazobona lo mfana uyathi siyabonyana. Ufuna ngime 10 minutes.
Senangu.
Nangu. Yabo. Thola indlela umuntu isikhathi nje emnyakeni adlula. Yabo. Mara wena bathi labantu and lokunye lokubulala ama artists. Le khatsa khula. Uvamsa khula ngenhloko yena. Yabo. Lapho ngila khona nalethi setiyavela nisifuna kumbona. Angisho ukuthi khona umuntu anyanya umuntu angamanga and acts ngeklo. So kubalekile nangabe umuntu shiya imark le right ngawe nangabe udlula kithi la. I-approach yakho ngendeka wena u-approach umuntu othile naye lo nyanyile. Siyabatshela vele banjalo bonke. Hamba uyobhala ku Facebook. Ungakweni lokho. Ungathibulala. Wena nje titshela ukuthi one day mara indlela yokukhomplela mbamba better yourself each and every day. Wena nje tilungise wena. Baze basinintwana le idzinga into yini empilweni ilakhi phela. Yabo ngazofikela badzinga ilakhi khona sokucethile ngawo. And ilakhi yakho iyethu.
Yeah, I think lenye into Zil, just to add on what he's saying, I think mina into lebulala ama-artists la eMpumalanga from what I've seen, sengikhuluma reality yeah. More than anything, kunento ye-arrogance and entitlement. You've seen even eMpumalanga or wherever this year, ma-artists lamaning, they feel entitled to certain things, let's say now. You can't tell me, for an example, ukuthi ngithatha imali yami ngithi mina ngiyoyi-investa eBarberton. Phela mangifaka imali yami somewhere ngifuna i-profit for my investment. So ngendi event ngibita Zil because I know ukuthi Zil utonginiketa le return on investment lengiyifunayo. Ngibita whoever Jay-Z, I know ukuthi Jay-Z bangombita lapha utonginiketa 1,000 ebandi imali yami ndoyithola back ngiphinde ngithole ne-profit. So uyafika wena ngumawethu just because nami ngiwala eBarberton, I am entitled ukuthi I must be part of your lineup. Yabona? Just because mina ngumawethu ngala eBarberton, I vele music wami kufuna khale la kuligwalagwala. Whether it's crap or not, it doesn't matter. Mina by location ngwala, then by default kumele ukuthi music wami ufake la. Singabi big headed like you've been saying. Yekela music wakho uthi khulumele. Uma music wakho uthi khulumele abantu batokubhuka and nema radio stations atawudlala.
There you have it. The perspective from those in the business of radio. Remember when I opened the conversation, I said this is a heart-aching conversation for many artists. It's also one that has a curtain. It is not every day that you'd find radio people coming out to demystify the processes by which they work. So we hope it will help somebody out there. Sibonge.
Zonke izinto zimile nathi akwenzeki lutho uphelelwa ithemba nenyembezi shisa amehlo isisu siyakhala ikatilele ziko kane ziyakhala abazala bangalutho zonke izinto zimile nathi akwenzeki lutho uphelelwa ithemba nenyembezi shisa amehlo isisu siyakhala ikatilele ziko kane ziyakhala abazala bangalutho sulele mfana wami ungalahli ithemba sulele mfana uqine njengentombi ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami sulele mfana wami ungalahli ithemba sulele mfana uqine njengentombi ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana ungakhali mfana ungakhali mfana wami ungathatha khula kubhekwe wena thatha indawo yakho uqine isibindi umndeni wakho ubekile zipha amandla uziphe ithemba vuka ndoda khula kubhekwe wena thatha indawo yakho uqine isibindi umndeni wakho ubekile zipha amandla uziphe ithemba sulele mfana wami ungalahli ithemba sulele mfana uqine njengentombi ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami sulele mfana wami ungalahli ithemba sulele mfana uqine njengentombi ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami sulele mfana ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami sulele mfana ungakhali mfana wami ungakhali mfana wami sulele mfana
Twarele moratua, twarele, kineki sargurova pilu, twarele moratua waka, twarele, kineki sargurova pilu, kineki sarikitadula. Kinegiri ki khutla hai imba basadi wa kopi dori haba babale ka kupate moratu wan tsarele eya kinni tikili khuputsi munna lilapalaka banabaka boshe babararo ilingtandi tebisolita deho ine isi maigemi setwaka Huri gugri se bushuku yo se moratua gobun tsarele tsarele moratua gobun tsarele kineki sari guroba pilu tsarele Twarele moratua wakala Twarele Kineki sargurava pilu Kumutiva is my colleague Afetuha abamuera Next thing are no strings attached Kabasito tolina kadumela Ine isi my game is at soaka Huri gudri se bushuku Yo she moratua Kupun tsarele se yale yanango Tsarele Tsarele moratua Kupun tsarele Kineki sari guroba bilu Tsarele Kupun tsarele moratua wakala Tsarele Kineki sari guroba bilu Kisaurata Kisautoka Usike wampurala Kisaura date Kisautoka Usike wantranuhela moratua Usike wampurala Kisaurada, kisautoka Usige wantranuhela moratua Usige wampurela Kisaurada, kisautoka Usige wantranuhela Tsarele, 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 kupun tsarele ratolaka, tsarele mewa banabaka, tsarele muratua, tsarele. Musamiwa ganyalaye, ganyalaye, ganyalam. Ay, oh, yeah. Kiogu paratolaka, Kiogu pamewa banabaka, Kiogu pate, Kiogu pate.
Aguntharele, 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 Femurdu, Aguntharele, 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 yo, Aguntharele, 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 Auge Gopate, Musadi, Aguntharele, Aguntharele,
I'd like to say thank you very much to the entire Rhythm NC team for having me over. Really appreciate it. It's been a great day, really productive one. We've learned a lot. You can never say you've been in the business enough to learn. There's always something to learn from somebody else. And a big shout out to Tulani for a really awesome performance out at Mbombela Stadium. But right now, we will in a moment be streaming to Kruger National Park, where we'll find one of the ladies who has done a lot in youth development. She has a passion for it and has proven it, because there's a number of people that you can actually count and say she has helped. Her name is Jay. She's going to give us all the thank yous and thank all our participants and sponsors right here. We really appreciate it. But before I go, here's what's important. You've been waiting to win, because we told you that Vodacom has got awesome prizes. 3 prizes that we talked about earlier on. One is a Samsung Galaxy Tab 10, which goes with 6 months worth of 10 gigs data every month. And second prize of 5 gigs for the next 6 months, as well as third prize of 3 gigs for the next 3 months. And we told you that somebody's going to win. Well, everybody that has participated will be told and announced tomorrow if they are the winner. So be on the lookout tomorrow on the on the Creative Music Workshop. Am I saying it right? It's the Music Creatives Workshop Facebook page. So keep your eyes glued tomorrow to find out whether or not you are the winner. Jay out at Kruger National Park, take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been great. Otherwise, me and you, we connect via premiumbeats.co.za, because that's where the beats get to happen. That's where you get to know what I do for a living. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. As introduced, I go by the name of Jabulile Mkhwanazi. Now then, this brings us to the end of the Music Creatives Workshop Webinar 2020. But before we go, please allow me to thank the following stakeholders. First and foremost, I'd like us to acknowledge and thank the founder of the Music Creatives, Ms. Zodwa Matebula, aka DJ Zod. Thank you so much, my sister, for creating a platform for mentoring the Mpumalanga creatives. We really appreciate you. It will be a mistake if I do not thank the DCSR under the leadership of Mr. Godfrey Ntombela for supporting us since day one and making this program a huge success and what it is today. We really appreciate you. Now, to the NYDA, thank you so much for creating a platform for mentoring our artists and also equipping them with the business skills to use their craft in order to sustain themselves. We really appreciate you, NYDA. Now, to the city of Mbombela, thank you so much once again for supporting us and always giving us a platform and giving our artists a platform to showcase their craft. We thank you. To the South African National Parks, thank you so much for realizing that tourism and the creative space go hand in hand. Today, as you can see, I'm broadcasting live from the Kruger National Park. We thank you for your support always and always being available whenever we need you. We really and sincerely appreciate you. To our mentors, DJ Kanyani, aka The Master, thank you, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much for your wisdom. To the following promoters and outlet owners, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to acknowledge the following people. I'd like to thank Mr. Harris Zwane from Inews Cafe. Thank you so much, my brother, for opening your doors and allowing our artists and giving them a break and allowing them to perform at News Cafe. We really appreciate you. It will be a mistake if I do not acknowledge Mr. Obrima Singer from Brick Brother Productions. Thank you so much, my brother, for allowing our artists and always booking our artists. We really appreciate you. To Mr. Kabelo Matane from Music Gardens, Thank you so much once again also for creating a platform and giving an opportunity to our artists. Finally, to Mr. Chi from Coyotes Lifestyle. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Mr. Chi. To our partners on international collaborations and market linkages, Let's Go Zanzibar. Thank you so much under the stewardship of Mr. Vusani Matebula. Through this partnership, we were able to take our artists to go and showcase their craft in Tanzania, Zanzibar last year. We look forward also to taking the new creatives and the new artists for 2021. Thank you so much for always being there. Finally, to our mentees for 2020, thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication and commitment to the program. We wish you all of the best. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope to bring you a bigger and better Music Creatives 2021. As they always say, we rise by lifting others. From me, your girl, Jabulile Mkhwanazi, aka Jay, it's a wrap.
Until